keep the mids a little high. Thanks. Check one. Hey. Mids थोड़े high कर दो. Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the CREDAI Women and Youth Leadership Summit. The event will commence shortly. May I request you all to kindly take your designated seats. Thank you. Yes, once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the CREDAI Women and Youth Leadership Summit. The event will commence shortly. May I request you all to kindly take your designated seats. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the CREDAI Women and Youth Leadership Summit. The event will commence very shortly. May I request you all to take your designated seats and switch off your mobile phones or put them on silent. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, namaste, and a very warm welcome to the CREDAI Women and Youth Leadership Summit here on the 15th of May 2023 at the wonderful Taj Hotel, New Delhi. My name is Junaid, and I will be your host for today's momentous summit, which promises to be absolutely amazing. Yes, seriously, what an illustrious gathering we have here this afternoon. An entire ecosystem of all the leading dignitaries and key people from the government, from real estate developers to chairmen and managing directors, from private equity to many industry stakeholders having come together to recognize and celebrate genius, vision, and inspiration. This inspires me to quote John C. Maxwell, who once said, and I quote, that a leader is the one who goes the way, knows the way, and shows the way. And CREDAI has become an epitome in sending and setting a trend in the real estate industry. To quote even further, yes, ladies and gentlemen, former American President John Quincy Adams, who once said, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you're a leader. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are here once again. It's an absolute honor to welcome you all. May I request you all to take your designated seats. And meanwhile, let's get started with this wonderful, wonderful event, talking about CREDAI Youth Wing, yes, comprising of a strong set of young developers in India who promise to bring tremendous energy and innovation to the real estate industry. CREDAI Youth Wing has been an active wing of CREDAI since the last 8 years to create the next generation of proficient and compliant developers who have been mentored to lead the sector with systematic governance and ethics. On the other hand, CREDAI Women's Wing was established in 2017. Through CWW, CREDAI aims to provide equal representation to women in the real estate field, empower them with necessary knowledge and support to lead business and transform them into industry leaders. In a short period of time, CREDAI Women's Wing has been established in 50 chapters across India with a total of 900 plus women members in India. So ladies and gentlemen, women empowerment all the way. Firstly, can we have a huge round of applause for all the ladies in this room? Yes, after Women's Day, we are back here to celebrate and make this summit absolutely momentous. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite on the dais, we have CREDAI National Vice Presidents. So can we have the loudest round of applause as I welcome each one of them. So yes, can we please have a huge round of applause for Mr. Deepak Goradia, Mr. Anand Singhania, please, Mr. Sunil Furde. Come on, the applause need to get louder. Mr. Shobit Mohandas, Mr. S. Sridharan, and ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this session will be moderated by the CYW Secretary, Mr. Nilesh Vora. Come on, can we have the loudest round of applause? Yeah, that's the energy we need. And I'd also like to invite, yes, this session will be moderated by CWW Secretary, Mrs. Sarah Jacob, please. Yes, women empowerment all the way. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, throughout the session, your energy would be infectious. So keep the applause going. And here we go over to our moderators. Thank you.
So, on behalf of the CREDAI Women's Wing and the Youth Wing, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you all. This is the first event of our tenure, and we're very excited to host you all. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our chairman, our president-elect, all vice presidents, and all chairs of the various committees at CREDAI. I'd also like to take a moment and tell you all that this entire event has been put together by the CREDAI Women's Wing. And a big round of applause for Rupaji, for Sara, for Sapna, and the entire team. It's so refreshing to see all these women in the house, and we're excited to start this tenure on that note.
Thank you, Nilesh. So this session, this is the first session for the day. It's more about Know Your VP and how they're here to inspire the youth and the women in CREDAI. It's going to be a session that we're going to moderate in such a way that we're going to ask them some questions and we have a rapid fire at the end of it. So over to you, Nilesh.
So you were requested by all the other VPs to start with Deepak sir. So, sir, is that on? So your work in the MMR region has been exemplary. But since we are from Pune, my question is about a recent development that you launched in Pune. And what we'd like to know is, what are the three main challenges of launching a project in a new city, and what do you specifically do to solve those challenges?
Thanks, Nilesh. Am I audible? Our main strength is in Mumbai and MMR. We've been there more than 3 decades in Mumbai and MMR, doing various mid-level and affordable level housing in Mumbai, mainly in central part of Mumbai and MMR. To scale up the business, we were exploring which are the area where we can think about it geographically, and the closest is to Mumbai is Pune. And Pune has a large volume, I think maybe one of the second or third city in India having the large volume. Naturally, the Pune is the first option to look at it. And fortunately, the rules, government and everything, regulations, everything remains the same. So nothing that we need to understand the local law and everything. So it's definitely given a choice, first option for us to expand something, activity other than Mumbai. So given a choice, that was a shortlisted location in the Pune. We fortunately had a good connect with the local landowners and all whom we dealt it earlier. And we could able to procure the right location, right piece of land. And that's the process became very, very simple. Now, being a city other than Mumbai, naturally the three challenges as Nilesh you mentioned is one of the right PG for the location, first of all, to understand what type of pricing, what type of local amenities, which is accepted, and things become more accept to the customers. So fortunately, not only being a non-Pune first project, I could able to even access to our CREDAI Pune chapter, lot of developers help and support, which really, really helped me to identify the right people, right consultant, right pricing and all. That is one of the main things we could able to resolve it, of course, with the strength of whatever the marketing and other things. So one of the challenges definitely was this. Approval point of view also local, whenever I had an issue, I used to connect with the President CREDAI Pune. That also used to help us in getting the things done. So that also helped overall. So things are quite working out to be well, and I definitely look at Pune as a great market to grow.
Thank you, sir. I have to say, a couple of developers were discussing that it was really surprising to us that your product to price fit was, and we do a lot of research in the Pune region to get that product to price fit, and you were bang on with the product. So it's always fascinating to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh.
Okay, so we decided to not ask run-of-the-mill questions. So we decided to do a fun rapid fire. So take this with a pinch of salt. So rapid fire, quite simple. You have to answer either in one word or one sentence. So really quick. First question is, what happened in the last week or two that you're really proud of?
Sales numbers achieved.
Okay, sales number of the new launch. Nice. Okay, two words that describe an ideal, according to you, two words that describe an ideal 35-year-old developer. Ideal 35-year-old developer.
Developer.
A youth developer.
5 years. Let me just, the young developer, you mean from the youth wing,
Yeah.
I meant to say. Bombay, definitely. A lot of things, yeah, maybe. I would say.
I think dostri is a good word. I think you don't need another word when you say that. So it's
No,
a
no,
great.
the young 35, he's just coming up. But the thing is, we have a Naman, we have a Rushab, a lot of developers from Bombay. They've been doing extremely well.
Great, great. Okay, so put in order of importance to you: health, family, work.
Work-life balance.
Very diplomatic. Okay. If you were not a real estate developer, what would you be?
That's the only thing I know, understand the business. Other than that, to come on the roti.
Okay. What did COVID teach us in one word?
Have patience.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Sridharan sir, can we take you next? So what we want to know is, tell us a bit more about your zone, the growth that you see in the next 5 years in real estate in your zone, and what advice would you like to give the women and youth in CREDAI out here? So that's part A, and part B would be, like, how would you want to strengthen the youth wing and the women's wing in your zone? So I think that's
Bit a long question. I think Nilesh, you don't like me, you put it. Okay. See, up to our zone, you can hear? Yeah. Up to our zone, all the states have got a very progressive and conclusive growth, which has been on for a very long time. And each state competes against each other. That is our strength. All the 5 states, whatever the southern states, we compete against each other, and we have been successful. And the major point is on the GDP of the state, we have all been above average on all parameters of growth. That has been a huge success, consistently. And what I foresee for the zone is, one more is the CREDAI's close coordination, which is there. Any issues in any part of the zone, any of the southern developer, we have been together. We stand with each other. And wherever they want, we are there for them to be supported to, or for us to be supported to. That is the close coordination that we are having. The next you asked is about the growth. And what we expect is, in the coming years, the growth is going to be tremendous. It is going to be fourfold. There is no looking back. In fact, I don't know where the land is going to be available for the growth. That is the expectation. We are all going in full swing. And I feel that the growth is going to be more on residential plotting and the new ventures like the data center, the IT parks, and the co-working space has been a huge growth is what we are seeing in the south. This rest of the India is also the same, not that we are stand apart. But south there has been a very consistent growth, and I feel that there is no looking back. It is going to be, like what President-elect was telling some time back, we want India to be a 1 trillion in growth. Maybe we'll be definitely a big part in that.
great.
Next is about?
So next is about how you'd like to advise, the women and youth here,
Okay.
and how you'd like to strengthen.
The women's wing, I've been watching for a long time. We need to actually bring in more women into these women's wing. And the women have to get involved in the business. The main thing is they need to come into the business. They need to start leading a vertical. One major responsibility in the office should be with the women. And all the women should know what is happening in the office. That is very important, to keep track of things that's happening in the office. And they will, once they are fully part of the office, it is also a selfish view. If it is the better part, they will know how much the husbands are suffering. So there will be a lot of kindness towards it. So this is the level of strength that all women need to get involved in the business. But I have a feeling that, there are some of the prominent builders, where the women don't get involved in the business. Now, I would like to know from one of you, maybe Sarah can tell, what is the reason that they are not showing interest? Maybe as you are in the business, I am putting this question to you. You please tell what is the reason that they are not coming into the business.
No, I think it's a choice that is given to the women, whether they want to be a part of this industry or not. And that is a choice that they take. But if your father or your spouse, your husband, is a part of the real estate industry, then it is a good idea that you need to know about what the life cycle is and how it is and what happens, what exactly happens in this the real estate cycle, because that helps. At the end of the day, this is a family business, and it is nice that the women also be a part of this industry and is also a helping hand at the end of the day, more than anything, because I think they're more trustworthy, they're a helping hand, and they should be a part of the family business at the end of the day.
Good. Now coming to giving them more rights, I think the gender equality has to come in. The women have to take lead positions. You know, it is up to us to give them the leadership position. They have to start taking up leadership roles, maybe in CREDAI, in all the organizations. You know, this will give them a very big empowerment. And I think women have to be given leadership roles. I think for this, we all deserve to be given a big hand. Please. It's all for you. Okay, next is on.
So we're going to the rapid fire now with you.
You had asked something.
Yeah.
Anything on youth you had asked? Youth also, right? Okay. On the youth wing, I think youth is the order of the day. They are the future. But one simple advice is, you need to be hands-on. You're all very lucky that you have come into this trade at this generation, because you're seeing the best of the industry now. You need to be hands-on, but one careful attitude you should have is, be very careful in all the projects. Your due diligence has to be the best. And compliance of norms has to be the best. See to that a project never stops in between. That is the strength which you should learn. At any point of time, do not allow the project to stop. Please be careful. Do not believe anybody says, that is okay, we will take care later on. No. The compliance and complying with norms should be very clear. That will lead you to the success. And take mentorship. Take mentorship. There are a lot of seniors in CREDAI. Take advice, follow them, and you guys are the future. We are all with you.
Thank you, sir. You've given us some good pearls of wisdom, and we'll definitely value that. I'm taking you next to the rapid fire. If you were given a chance to be the policy maker of your state for 24 hours, what changes will you make for the betterment of real estate sector in your state?
That is policy maker, like you make, I'll be the CM for a state. Okay. The CM, right? Okay, da. Okay, da. Done, done. Okay. The policy for real estate. Let me only stick to what role we are in. I will not go for any single window and all that. It should be a self-certification approval. Simplification of norms, self-certification along with an architect, but it comes with a rider. The builder has to take full responsibility of what he is doing. That is the respect CREDAI will start holding. We certify our projects and we stand to what we commit. There we stand, and that will be my decision.
Great answer. So who is someone you look up to? Yeah.
Oh, thank you, da. Thank you.
Who is someone you look up to as a mentor in CREDAI?
I look up to Irfan Bhai as my mentor. I really have been following him. He is a man. He is a great man. Not that others are thing. He is one among them whom I respect a lot, and I see him as my mentor.
And I think it's coincidentally that I've also written this in my document in IIM, that he's my mentor and he's someone I look up to.
Yeah.
Okay, what secret about the universe would you want the most to learn from?
This is related to business, or can
No,
be
you
general,
you
right?
can answer anything.
What is the secret of universe?
Yeah, that you would really want to learn.
The secret of universe, which I'm still not able to find out, is what is in my wife's mind. I can never make out.
What is your deepest fear?
Deepest fear. No, the deepest fear in business, I feel, is that we are all leveraged in business? The projects that we do, end of the day, we only work for the clients. And are we all leveraged? Is there a margin? Is the deepest fear we have, because we want to give the best, we want to do the best. At end of the day, when you see the bottom line, where we stand, that is the deepest fear.
Absolutely. If you did not work in this industry, what profession would you have pursued?
If not in this profession. Like what Ajit said, I would have gone into politics. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone. Okay, so next set of questions is for Sunil Furde, sir. So, sir, so back in the day, you know, the entrepreneur was the smartest person in the organization. You know, now with youth developers coming in, second generation developers coming in, that trend won't continue. So what, in your opinion, is, you know, how should young developers hire, retain, and motivate talent that is much more experienced, much smarter than them in their organization?
So when we started business before 25, 30 years, situation was different. There was no use of technology, no computer, no WhatsApp. So visiting site, taking details, that was main important. So main entrepreneur was smarter. And all knowledge was in mind of that professional. But now in this new era, technology has changed all our dynamics. Email, WhatsApp, computer, AI. So along with this new talent, they have entered in our business, and retention of that new talent, that is more important. For retention, we have to take some steps. We have to give them space. We have to involve them in our decision-making process. We should give them proper lifestyle, proper position, so we can retain our talent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll move on with the rapid fire now. So same rules, one word or one sentence. Yeah. So what is that one trait in your mind that the youth needs to inculcate for success?
Patience.
Okay. In your opinion, who is the most iconic real estate developer till date?
Satish Magar.
Okay. They say you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So who do you spend your most time with?
With CREDAI members.
All right. People or systems, what's more important to you?
Systems.
And what is your one mantra in times of disputes?
Handle patiently. Since with patience we can win the battle also. Without patience we lose battle.
Great. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was very rapid and very candid.
Thank you, sir. Anand, sir, you're next. So in a short span of 25 years and in a city like Ranchi and Chhattisgarh, you've completed like around 25 projects, more than that, in fact, sorry, 52 projects, and then about 20 million square feet of constructed projects. So tell me, and you're a first generation entrepreneur, and you're passionate about real estate, and I see all of that, and I've worked with you in MSME committee also. So tell us one of the most challenging situations that you faced in the industry, in real estate, and how you overcame it, because this is definitely going to inspire the rest of them.
Thank you, Shara, for all the good words. So real estate industry in general is very challenging, and we all just love challenges, and that's why we all are here. And we enjoy that and we overcome that, and that's the beautiful part of this real estate industry. So one particular challenge, if I want to say, I think I've shared in earlier platform also, because it was really sleepless nights for me, and for the it was a high stakes involved. So it was in year 2007. Malls were mushrooming all over India, and we also thought of creating a iconic mall of international standard there in Raipur. So when we perceived about this mall, so immediately after a year or so, we very passionately designed it. We did a lot of study about it, and we finally got the work started. And all of a sudden, we all know, around 2007-8, this global crisis, global recession came. And the retailers who signed with us on the very first day, based on the plan, unapproved plan, market was so much excited, was in excitement in 2007, 30% of the mall was leased. So we all were very excited, this project is going to be great. Before approvals, we have 30% leased out, that too with brands like PVR, Tata Westside, and Domino's, and Walmart Easy Day. And within a year, all these retailers, they signed off. I mean, they backed off. They said ki it's not working. Like global recession was there and everyone was in stress. Suddenly, mall business looked like a business of a ghost city is to be developed like. So that was the situation where we came across, and since the work was in great progress and we were halfway of the project, a lot of money was invested, we took quite a loan at that point of time for that project. So the only thing was no going back, and we have to be strong with the product, how we can attract retailers. At the same time, there were 4-5 more malls coming up there in Raipur, in a small city like Raipur, which was around 18 to 20 lakhs. So we research, we get back again to the design team and try to understand what is going on in the world. We visited to Singapore, we visited Dubai. We also went to US to understand what exactly malls are like. Pehle to kya hua, humne launch kiya and bookings aa gayi. So we didn't do much of the research. We thought it's a beautiful business as it's going everywhere. But then suddenly we realized that something is to be done with this. Then we realized that all over the world, the mall business is on Monday to Friday. And Saturday, Sunday is the only days where people come to the mall and the revenue is generated. There we thought, now how we can do there in Raipur, where the weekend is only of one day, that is Sunday. Wo bhi Sunday mein half day people used to work in some of the businesses. So we decided, this idea came up. जब बोलते हैं ना कि problems evolve होती हैं तो सब solutions भी आते हैं. And we were really passionate about, and we didn't have any other choice. So we decided to come up with a mall which has captive footfall. Like how we can use the FSI in the upper floors by constructing a 5-star hotel, 100-key room hotel, and an office space, so that Monday to Friday some captive footfall is there. And at that same time, it becomes interesting for the retailer to have such complementary things. So that was one solution which was wonderful. And within 3 years, in 2010, when we started the mall, I think it must be one of the malls in India to open in that peak recession. And hardly there was any occupancy in the mall at that time. People used to say in Raipur, like this is going to be a haywire thing, and maintenance costs would not be in recover ho paegi isme and all those stuff. So finally, in the 2013 or so, we got a wonderful response, and most of the products, most of the mall retailers were there. All of the best of the brands were there, including Domino's, McDonald's, everyone. And today we have Hyatt and all the offices occupied, and it's one of the most successful malls in Central India, biggest malls in Central India. We got a lot of awards for this mall. So I feel that sometimes when you look back, when you reflect upon, you feel this adversities comes as a blessings for life. And our brand has grown by this one decision, with this one failure thing which could be converted. Absolutely. So I think this was one of the challenging time I could think of.
Absolutely, and your attention to detail is also really nice, that we'll definitely take forward. So we'll go to the rapid fire question. Which part of the real estate cycle do you like the best and the worst?
Best is, of course, the planning and the launching part. I just love that. I think most of the developers will love that planning and launching part.
Okay.
And the worst is, I would say, post-possession, when we want to give the handover to the society, and the society is not eager to take that handover. Everybody wants this, developers are doing great job, and we should continue doing that. So that is the worst part we all feel. I think it's the voice of the house, it seems. Yeah.
Okay, the next one is a very interesting one. If you were the RERA chairman of your state for a day, what would you do?
So from the morning itself, a lot of RERA talks were there, so it's a very easy question for us. And again, it would be voice of the house. I feel I would pitch with other RERA chairmen of the country and try to represent to the government, central government, that why not all the stakeholders should be part of the RERA, like banks, like approval authorities, even the customers. Yeah. Customers, they don't take society and they have different kind of issues. So we'll make RERA to the next level. We can take RERA to the next level, and it can be more inclusive.
Absolutely.
Okay. What is that one thing that you regret spending money on?
One thing,
That you regret spending money on?
on flight tickets.
If you were to write a book, which one would that be?
Yeah, I would love to write a book. I think it would be on Zindagi. Zindagi is Zinda Dili.
Great. If you were a real estate investor, which city of India would you invest?
I have to be biased, it seems. Naya Raipur is a very interesting city. Is the fourth, one of the well-planned city of India. Most of you were there for NIS there in Naya Raipur, and I just love that city. So I'm not being biased. It's a fact what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So next one, sir, Shobit sir, you're up. Okay. So there's something called a founder mentality. So that mentality is, where the founder will do whatever it takes to get something done in the organization. We've seen larger organizations have employees that now have that founder mentality. So for organizations that have not gotten there yet, where they don't have employees who have that founder mentality, what in your opinion should be done? How should an entrepreneur look at inculcating founder mentality into employees?
By giving them fractional ownership in future and taking care of them in bad times. That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
So that
Take care of them in bad times. They should be assured that if someone is ill, if there is some educational aspiration of a child, you should be spending it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the rapid fire questions. Okay, so similar question that I had for Sunil sir also. So what happened in the last week or two that you're really proud of?
Last week or two had been tough. A constitutional tax search happened at my place. So it was a full raid. A constitutional tax raid was there at my place. But incidentally, when the whole questioning was going on for 5 days in my house, a question came about my personal possessions. And pleasant surprise, I was very proud that there was not a single personal possession that I could not explain. Any personal possession, like say jewelry or a bag or a pen or a watch or a car, anything. My personal possessions were 100% clean.
Fantastic. I wish my wife was here. Okay.
I didn't say for my wife. I said for myself. Wives, they did it themselves, and that was an headache. Actually, it's a belief. It's a philosophy. I believe that developers live with more swag than normal industrialists or people do, and that creates a bad impression in the society. I seriously say to all the youth, the unnecessary swag of a developer creates a bad impression in the society. The perception that in every movie or every book or in the mindset of the people, a builder is a bad man is partly because of your own conduct also. So should live humble, should live more approachable. That is the
point taken.
And there are many mentors to look upon in CREDAI. It's not like I'm the sole one, but this should be propagated down the line in the youth. It will give you a long way. We do very good work and we get very less respect. That pinches me very bad.
Yeah. Point taken, sir. Point taken. So different kind of question. If you had a hoarding in the sky, a large hoarding in the sky, and everybody in the world could see it for 24 hours, what one word or phrase would you write on that hoarding?
See, for the developers, I just listening that they're suffering and all, I would write that we should not work only for money. So my writing on that billboard which the world can see is that if the journey for you is not the reward in itself, the rewards are not worth the journey. Don't do this work. Wow. There's easy life, live it. If the journey is enjoyable, only then do it. So if the journey is not the reward in itself, the rewards are not worth the journey.
So, sir, let's say if I walked into a bookstore, say Crossword, and there's a book on the bestsellers with your face on it. What would the title of that book be?
Journey of Love and Respect.
Wow.
Love and respect. Okay. Okay, final one. Two words to describe the customer in your region.
Emotional and aspirational.
Great.
Thank
Great.
you.
I think it was a great session to know all our VPs. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And whatever we speak stays in this room.
Thank you so much. May I request all of them please wait back for a photograph, please. All right, we'll go in with the photographs. Yeah, I think it's better. May I request all these stalwarts to come back on the stage for a photo op, please. Also, can we have a massive shout out going out to both our moderators? Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Nilesh and Mrs. Sarah, please? Meanwhile, Mr. Nilesh, one quick rapid fire for you, sir. What, according to you, would be the secret of a successful marriage? Possessions you can't explain. Anyone in the audience who agrees with that? I'd like to answer that the secret of a successful marriage, ladies and gentlemen, remains a secret. Thank you. Thank you so much. One more time, can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite on the stage. Please put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a doctor turned entrepreneur, investor, speaker, and philanthropist. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ritesh Malik, please. Yes, the founder of Innovate Co-working, founder and trustee of Plaksha University, and yes, also member of the World Economic Forum, and has invested in over 100 startups in the past 8 years. One more time, needs to get really loud. A huge round of applause, please.
Slide change करना है। This goes, ये कैसे चलेगा? And responsibility वाला नहीं है। तो किस डायरेक्शन में करना है? अच्छा, बट वो आ नहीं रहा। पिछली स्लाइड पे ले जाएंगे? नहीं, वापस जाना। Thank you.
Thank you very much, folks. Super excited. Okay, this is great. First of all, huge gratitude to CREDAI. I think for me personally, CREDAI is something which has been very inspirational. I think हमारे देश के अंदर developers को जितना respect मिलना चाहिए उतना नहीं मिलता. उसकी बहुत बड़ी वजह है. We don't realize being a developer is one of the hardest jobs in the world. You are true visionaries. You go and take lands जहाँ पे पता ही नहीं आने वाले समय में क्या होने वाला है. And the kind of debt that every nation, अगर आप चाइना में देखें, one of the most important professions in China is being a developer. एक बड़ा interesting शब्द है जिसको मैं am I audible? Okay. एक बड़ा interesting शब्द है जिसको मैं बार-बार बोलता हूँ. You are dealers in hope. You're dealers in hope. And the challenge is, the government, and because everything is within the room, the government treats developers in a very different way. हमें है ना, and we partner with developers a lot in our co-working space, and we understand the risk that developers take. My job here today is to ensure that I take you through what change is, what evolution is. I am Ritesh Malik. I am a doctor. आज से 10 साल पहले मैं गंगाराम हॉस्पिटल में, दिल्ली में एक अस्पताल है गंगाराम, मैं वहाँ पे सर्जरी असिस्ट करता था. And I realized I hate what I do. I do not like getting up on a Monday morning to go into an OT to do a gallbladder surgery, assist a gallbladder surgery. And I realized one thing, हमारे देश के अंदर इतने सारे लोग हैं जो ऐसा काम कर रहे हैं जिसमें उनको पैशन नहीं है. And we will discuss all of that in the coming few slides. The first one, best founders are the ones who create opportunities from their own problems. And I think the highest return on investment is on change. Someone asked me, what is change? I said, change is everything. Change is everything. Spotting the mega trends which are happening around us is change. ये 2012 में जो मैंने during my last year of medicine, I started a startup called AdStuck. This is Noida 63, Sector 63. पहुंचने में इतना time लगता था. This was my office. And I realized one thing, offices are sucky in our country. And this was not today, this was 10 years back. जब ना Innovate था, ना WeWork था. And we said, why do people, and मैं आपको अपनी एक interesting बात बताता हूँ. हम लोग, and we come from a very middle class Punjabi family, सब लोग डॉक्टर हैं, पैसा नहीं था. And I realized one thing, हम लोग Starbucks जाते थे, उस टाइम पे नया नया Starbucks खुला था कनॉट प्लेस के अंदर. 4 घंटे में स्टारबक्स में बैठता था एक्सटेंशन कॉर्ड लेके, और बरिस्टा मुझसे परेशान हो जाता था कि ये कब बाहर निकलेगा. एंड आई सेड, कैन वी क्रिएट स्टारबक्स टाइप ऑफ ऑफिसेज व्हिच आर फॉर $80 पर सीट पर मंथ. एंड हम लोग 9 साल की कमिटमेंट करते हैं अपने लैंडलॉर्ड्स के साथ, और स्टार्टअप्स को पता ही नहीं होता कि आने वाले 6 महीने में उनका क्या होगा. एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी केम अप विद द फर्स्ट कोवर्किंग स्पेस इन इंडिया. This was me in 2015 trying to fight my family. And हमारे परिवार में एक disease है जिसको हम बोलते हैं APS, the Asian Parent Syndrome. हमारे परिवार में 37 डॉक्टर हैं, and not being a doctor is a massive, massive challenge. So this was the first co-working space that we built in Connaught Place. And we realized, जब हमने 2015 में co-working space launch किया, Google traffic on co-working space was nothing. And when I used to ask people, would you join my co-working space? Everyone used to say that, why would I work with someone else in your office? And हमने कहा यार, sales, and this is one of, after change we talk about the second concept, which is sales. हमारे देश के अंदर salesman को दुनिया, हिंदुस्तान के अंदर एक बहुत ही तुच्छ निगाहों से देखा जाता है. I think sales is the most important thing everyone should learn. हमारे schools में sales नहीं सिखाई जाती. And I learned the hard way. Selling runs our kitchens. I think selling is one of the most, and truthful selling. हमें लगता है selling का मतलब है चोर. And selling is one of the most important assets. And what we started doing to populate our co-working space in Connaught Place. पहले 3 महीने में एक भी कस्टमर नहीं आया. मैं अपनी सेगवे लेके जाता था चाणक्यपुरी, और वहां पे जितने अंग्रेज घूमते थे उनको कार्ड देता था, और हम कहते थे अतिथि देवो भवो एट इनोवेट. हमने देखा जहां फिरंग जाता है हिंदुस्तानी पीछे पीछे आ जाता है. एंड वी started capturing English people at our co-working space, and that led to, and the second thing that we started doing was started a wait list. 3 महीने से सेंटर खाली चल रहा था. जैसे ही वेट लिस्ट किया ना, लोगों ने कहा we want to join. We said no. खाली सेंटर पे. हमने कहा no, you would have to give an interview. We got 1000 applications. जो सीट मेरी 5000 रुपए पे नहीं बिक रही थी, एवरेज रेवेन्यू पर यूजर 17,500 रुपए पहुंच गया. And I realized selling is an important art. Selling is, product can be the same. In real estate, a big change that is happening, which will be very helpful for all of you, which is that community is an exponential lever. We don't realize the power of network effects. हमारे कोवर्किंग बिजनेस में होता है, जितने नंबर ऑफ लोग वहां काम करेंगे उतनी लास्ट सीट सबसे हाई सेल होगी. एंड दिस हैज हैपेंड. DLF has done a fantabulous job with Camellias. The last, and if you want to truly, not, the idea with real estate is do not sell real estate. रियल एस्टेट में आपको 24% 100% का ब्याज आएगा. आप अगर कम्युनिटी बेचने लग गए, you can sell 500x. The idea is, can you create a community which is so complementing, and I can vouch there's nothing more important than community for the next trends of real estate. These were the co-working spaces that we built, and we said that we will not copy WeWork, we will not copy our competitors, we will use and build the most beautiful Indian co-working spaces that a person has ever seen. This is our Bombay A Center. We're very grateful to Aniket. This is on the Bombay Andheri Kurla Road in Boston House. This is Cyber Hub in Connaught Place. Sorry, Cyber Hub in Gurgaon. This is Piramal in Kurla. This one is in Bombay again. This is near Powai. And we realized one thing, that our spaces were so inspiring. People used to love coming on a Monday morning to just be a part of Innovate. We are also the first company, co-working company in the world to take over a 200-year-old fort, and we converted this into a co-working space. And we started realizing that the idea is not about just building offices. The idea is about building a vibe, ensuring that people become productive. And these are the kind of events that we started doing. We realized one thing, you start doing events in your real estate companies, every square feet should have a metric of, can you create a lot of events where people just come free of cost and start experiencing your spaces. Okay, this is very interesting. In 2016, one of our competitors, world's largest co-working space, came to India, and they said that either get merged with us, sell to us, or we are going to destroy your business. And we realized one thing, that the easiest way to kill competition, and yeah, competition will be always there, is speed. Have focus speed. उन्होंने co-living चालू किया, हमने कहा हम नहीं करेंगे. We will only and only focus on co-working, and we are going to be the best and the largest, and we will leverage the economies of scale. The second one is niche it up, ensure and be an underdog. हमने ये वाली बातें अब तो क्योंकि हम company बेच चुके हैं, तो now I can say this, but we never ever told WeWork that we are fighting with you. We never even let our PR agencies know that we are fighting with them. Our core focus was head down and execute. Stay close to your customers. हमारे company के अंदर एक company-wide philosophy है. Every single day, 2 customers will be spoken to by our senior leadership. And telephone is your best friend. Talk to your customers, and I can tell you, your net promoter score will define your true EBITDA values in the coming quarters. These are the companies in which we have invested over the course of years. And while this is not relevant today, but I will be telling you a couple of things, and this is something which is very interesting. Bharat Bhagya Vidhata. पूरे भारत में, we are world's largest digital democracy. 82 crore internet users, and this is increasing at a pace which we cannot even imagine. People tell me, are you a technology company? I say every company in the world is a technology company, because you are going to sell via technology. I truly believe that India and all of us have a potential to. We have the China moment right now, with a better government and with a structure wherein all of us together can create the finest real estate landscape in the world. Do you know, आज तक, and I'm a student of biology, so I'll tell you, out of 100 species, 99 have got extinct. अगर 100 species आई, 99 extinct हो गई, and that is why evolution. Charles Darwin said a beautiful thing, the theory of natural selection. It is not the fastest who will survive, it is not the largest who will survive, it is the one who changes with time every single day. The question is, do you ask yourself, how much are you changing every day? Disruption is for real. Every single day, large companies are going bankrupt, and we don't see that. But if you see trends, we were going to talk about it. Out of Fortune list of 1981, 500 largest corporations, only 30 are alive today. In 42 years, 470 large corporations have gone extinct. And we're talking about corporations like these. Kodak, which was one of the largest companies in the world. कोडैक के सीईओ को 1982 में उनके कंसल्टेंट ने दो reports थी. उन्होंने कहा there's a good news and a bad news. He said, can you tell me the bad news? He said the bad news is that your business is going to get disrupted. He said, why? He said there will be an era of digital photography. He said, what is the good news? He said the good news is you have 22 years to change. He threw both the papers in a trash, and we know where Kodak is today. This is Mike Lozard. They are the founders of something called Research in Motion, BlackBerry. In 2006, they made a very interesting comment. They said BlackBerry will take 200 years to go bankrupt. And in 2007, it was at the brink of bankruptcy, from $84 billion to $2.5 billion in valuation. And the question is, why are we talking about all of this right now? अभी तक ब्रह्मांड में जितना अभी तक हमने ह्यूमन लाइफ देखी है, अभी तक इससे ज्यादा डिसरप्टिव और वॉलेटाइल टाइम्स कभी नहीं आए. It took 75 years for the telephone to get 100 million users. 10 करोड़ यूजर्स पे जाने के लिए टेलीफोन को 75 साल लगे. चैट जीपीटी को सिर्फ 2 महीने लगे. This is the kind of power of information technology, and we can't even imagine every company, everyone sitting amongst us will be affected by internet. While we don't realize it, we are going from telephone 75 years to mobile phone 16 to WWW to 7, iTunes 6.5, Twitter 5 years, Facebook 4.5, WhatsApp 3.5, Instagram 2.5, Apple App Store 2 years, and ChatGPT 2 months. 80 crore jobs are going to be disrupted in the next 7 years. 80 crore jobs. But the good part is 42 crore new jobs are going to be added. This is very interesting. This is Helsinki Airport in Finland. They are the first airport to deploy a CT scan machine. हम लोग एयरपोर्ट पे जाते हैं, literally we have to get stripped off. बेल्ट से लेके जूते सब उतारने पड़ते हैं. उन्होंने कहा कुछ मत निकालो, जो है अपने बैग में डालो और CT स्कैन में डालो. Do you know who's sitting at the back? AI. Not even a single person, and this is the photo was taken by me. Not even a single person. Average time to get a checkout is 16 minutes from the time you enter the airport, and these are large-scale international flights. And this is innovation. From wheels. Do you know why wheels? आज हम लोग जब एयरपोर्ट पे जाते हैं, मैं बहुत बार सोचता हूँ wheels क्यों important हैं. आप सोचिए अगर हमारे पास wheels ना होते, तो हम लोग कितना भारी भारी लगेज को कैसे लेके जा रहे होते. I think every industry, and this is the time all of us need to be more and more agile. This is very interesting. This was Mission Impossible 1, wherein Tom Cruise was taking a shot in a helicopter. There was someone shooting, and this is Mission Impossible 5. हेलीकॉप्टर चलाने वाली, पहले तो हेलीकॉप्टर लीजिंग वाली कंपनी आउट ऑफ बिजनेस हो जाएगी. दूसरा जो हेलीकॉप्टर चला रहा था वो आउट ऑफ बिजनेस होएगा. और तीसरा जो कैमरामैन था, अगर उसको ड्रोन चलाना नहीं आया, he will go out of business. And that is why evolution is very, very important. This is very interesting. पूरे दुनिया के अंदर 200 करोड़ एक्सरेज होते हैं. In America, if you get an X-ray, it takes 7 days to get an appointment to get an X-ray. 200 करोड़ X-rays. अफ्रीका के अंदर, सूडान के अंदर X-ray machines are so few. MRI तो बहुत दूर की बात है. Medical imaging में इतनी technologies आने वाली हैं, you can't even imagine. AI for medical imaging, and an AI can read X-rays 90% faster, 95% cheaper, and the beautiful part is that it does not need 15 years that is needed to train a radiologist. I always call this, and this is a very important slide. I call this, मैं Facebook headquarters गया, and I had a meeting with one of the very senior folks at Facebook. हर जगह PYMK लिखा हुआ था. I said, what is PYMK? They said, people you may know. When you go on Facebook, they said, our only mission is, the moment I go on Facebook, I need to have Ritesh get to 10 friends in 1 week. अगर रितेश ने 10 friends बना लिए एक हफ्ते में, रितेश Facebook कभी नहीं छोड़ेगा. That is why I asked him, what is your core philosophy? He said, we are the largest psychology company in the world. आप सब, हमें पता नहीं चलता, we are all psychology companies. I would urge every one of you to have a psychologist sit on your board. You will see, because we have to tweak psychology of our customers on a daily basis. And I realized one thing, technology and psychology are going to transform every industry in the world. Please let me know, I have a very pathetic habit of speaking a lot. Please let me know if I'm out of time. If data is the new oil, then India is the new Saudi Arabia. India is going to create data which we can't even imagine. Your industry, आप लोग तो क्या है, हम लोग तो छोटे घर से आते हैं. आप लोगों के पास इतना land है, हर land के ऊपर इतना data निकल रहा है. If you start mining that data, you become so powerful. If you start understanding, एक छोटी सी company है called MyGate, जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ लोगों की एंट्री और एग्जिट को मैप करती है. Just imagine the kind of opportunities that real estate technology, and you are at the forefront. ये within this room, you all run the Indian infrastructure behemoth, and trust me, leverage data. And this is very interesting. Coca-Cola will become the first company in the world जिसने कहा चांद के साथ-साथ they will be aggregating 1500 satellites in the space. पूरे अमेरिका से, नॉर्थ अमेरिका और साउथ अमेरिका से आपको कोका कोला का लोगो दिखेगा चांद के बाजू में. This is the new age of space marketing. Do you know the best thing that happened in 2019? And that was the Chandrayaan failed. हमारे देश में penalty of failure is very high. The best thing that happened, 136 करोड़ लोगों ने एक दूसरे का हाथ पकड़ा और कहा it's all right to fail. Silicon Valley Bank, आपने सुना इसका नाम? Great. This is very interesting. Silicon Valley Bank में 42 billion dollar की withdrawal request signed depositors की within 24 hours. There was another bank called Washington Mutual in 2008 that got 16 billion withdrawal request in 2 weeks. अगर आपका एक प्रोडक्ट खराब है आज, एक प्रोडक्ट खराब है आज सोशल मीडिया की वजह से आपका है ना पूरा ब्रांड खराब हो सकता है. Make sure that you make social media your friend and not a foe. And this is the start. And this is not for you, but I always tell, a lot of people ask, कि यार, we don't know how to code, we don't know technology. I always show them this picture. ISRO का पहला rocket was shipped in this cycle. ISRO का पहला rocket was shipped in this cycle. This is a very powerful message. It does not matter from where you start. If you have the intent to start, that is very important. On innovation, a lot of people say कि यार innovation तो सिर्फ technology से आ सकती है. वो भी myth है. Technology is a lever, innovation is a mindset. Gillette is a brilliant example of innovation. From 1900 to 2016, this is what innovation looks like in a non-tech world. SpaceX is phenomenal. आपको पता है why SpaceX is phenomenal? Because of a single idea wherein 1 by 164x cost to go to space was reduced because of using reusable rockets. We can't even imagine. Choose sustainability and make it your marketing angle. I know I'm out of time, so I will just slide through these. Okay, this is the last slide. This is very interesting. A lot of people ask me, Ritesh, how do you manufacture luck? Can you manufacture luck? I always tell them yes. The first part is luck is equal to keen observation into boldness into trust. And then a lot of people ask me, what is trust? हम लोग कहते हैं, धवल भाई से मैं बात करता हूँ, अजमेरा का बहुत trust है. And what is trust? I asked my dad that do you trust me? He said with all my heart. बेटा आप मेरे बच्चे हो, मैं आपके ऊपर क्यों नहीं trust करूँगा? I said would you allow me to do a heart surgery on you? कहते पागल हो गया, तू तो वैसे भी आधा पक्का डॉक्टर है. मैं हार्ट सर्जरी नहीं करने. मैंने कहा while you trust me, you don't allow me to do your heart surgery because of this formula. Trust is equal to reliability into intimacy into credibility divided by self-interest. Reliability is your skill. What is your skill? Intimacy is how you talk. What is your NLP? Credibility is what people say about you. अभी तो आप मेरे मुंह पे कहेंगे कि अच्छा बोल के गया, पीछे से कहेंगे क्या बोल के करके गया. That is my credibility. Divided by self-interest. Whole square consistency. And trust is the most abused, over-abused word in the world. एक सर्वे किया गया. Do you know which is the most used word in the Oxford Dictionary by Englishmen? The answer is time. The second is love and the third is trust. We abuse all these three. Time, love and trust. Please let me know, should I conclude? There are a lot of things I can go on, but Can I go in for 2 minutes? फिर आपको वापस स्लाइड करना पड़ेगा, ये वाला चल नहीं रहा. बस ये वाला. दिस इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. हमारे एक बोर्ड मेंबर है, हमने उनसे पूछा, मैंने कहा कि व्हाट इज द रूट टू सक्सेस? He told me 2 rules. The first one is rule of 3%. He said, if there is a 3% chance of creating something impactful, do it. This was very cool for me. हम लोग आते हैं मेडिकल बैकग्राउंड से, एंड हमारे को ये बताया जाता है अगर 3% चांस है फेलियर का तो रुक जाओ, मत करना. But if there's something impactful on a 3% chance, do it. And rule of airline miles. उन्होंने मुझे बड़ी अच्छी बात बताई. मैंने कहा सक्सेसफुल कैसे बनूं? कहते your success is directly proportional to the travel that you do. The more you travel, the better it gets. And then Newton के 3 law मेरे को बड़े अचंभित करते हैं. The first one is an object will not change its motion until and unless an external force is applied on it. A lot of us here are in our comfort zones. आप लोग तो बहुत पैसे वाले हैं, बहुत comfort zone में हैं. Get out of your comfort zone. Get out of your comfort zone. You're going to die. You're going, every single day we are dying. Hamara business, we just need to ensure elongation of extinction. The idea is, go back today and think, what is the worst that can happen? And start working towards it. Get out of your comfort zone. Comfort zones will never produce leaders. The question is, can together all of us create? हम लोग आज दुबई जाते हैं. अभी एक साहब ने बड़ी अच्छी बात बोली कि हम दुबई गए, यूएस गए. दुबई से शेख इंडिया कब आएगा देखने के लिए बिल्डिंग्स? Why can't we create the best buildings in the world? And that needs to be done. I am a firm believer of, this will take a lot of time. This is the last part. This is very interesting. मैं बहुत रिसर्च करता हूँ, एंड मैंने कहा यार देखते हैं लोग सक्सेसफुल कैसे होते हैं. हमें लगता है कि पढ़ाई से लोग सक्सेसफुल होते हैं. सो आई डिड अ रिसर्च ऑन द 100 richest people today in the world. I thought that ये सबका सबके पैसा उनके बाप दादा से आता होगा. So this was very interesting. Out of the 100 richest people in the world, only 27 are heirs. That means सिर्फ 27 के पास उनका पैसा उनके बाप दादा से आया. And you should be careful for that. Rich people lose their money very quickly. Every 3rd generation leads to 90% constriction of wealth. If you adjust inflation, every 2nd generation goes through 81% constriction of wealth. हम अपने बच्चों को सब कुछ सिखाते हैं. मैं अपने डैड से पूछा, मैंने कहा बड़े होके क्या बनना चाहिए? कहते पहले अच्छा इंसान बन, वहाँ कंपटीशन बहुत कम है. Make sure you have the right fundamental values. तो ये 73 लोग जो सेल्फ मेड थे, 11.1 ईयर्स इनको लगे बिलियनर बनने में. ये 73 लोगों में से 18 के पास कोई कॉलेज डिग्री. मुझे लगता था लोग हार्वर्ड से आते होंगे, पॉइज्ड होंगे, क्योंकि हम लोग जिस गांव से आते हैं हमें इंग्लिश भी है ना नई सीखी हमने. तो हमने कहा ये 18 लोग कौन है? ये 18 लोगों के पास कॉलेज डिग्री नहीं थी. 36 वर बोर्न टू पुअर पेरेंट्स एंड रिमेनिंग नाइदर हैड कॉलेज डिग्रीज नॉर डिड दे हैव poor parents. Our wealth will be snatched by not each other. हमें लगता है कि हमारा पैसा है ना हमारे competitors खा जाएंगे, वो कभी नहीं खाते. आपका पैसा है ना कोई ऐसी चीज खाएगी जो आप सोच भी नहीं सकते. And I realized one thing, there is a common trait. I studied these 73 people and I call this the alchemist mindset. Anyone who touches anything becomes gold. A stands for action, bias for action. If you have a thought, start acting upon it. L stands for learning. On a daily basis, learn. चाहे आप कितना भी बड़ा ग्रुप है, every day learn. Spend 3 hours every single day learning. C stands for confidence. हमारे देश के अंदर एक चीज जो एजुकेशन बर्बाद करता है वो है our ability to think and to be confident. H stands for humility. I think humility is the most underrated concept in the world. E stands for enthusiasm. Continuous optimists. M stood for majestic dreamers, large dreamers. Think of larger projects. अगर आप एक 20 एकड़ का प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, think can you take it to 30? Because जो 10 एकड़ में आपका प्रॉफिट डबल हो जाएगा. I stands for innovation. Make innovation an edge for your life. S stands for strategic thinking. Strategic thinking. Spend a lot of time on your decisions. And T stands for tinkering. Tinkering stands for not networking but building deep relationships. I think I've spoken a lot, but thank you very much for patient listening.
Wow, that was very check. Hey. Wow, that was very insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, the loudest round of applause please for Dr. Ritesh Malik, please. So many people were taking down notes. Also, may I now call on the very gorgeous Miss Benita Dalal, the co-governor of CYW, to felicitate Dr. Malik, please. Come on, with a huge round of applause. Yes, and she has a couple of questions for Dr. Malik. Also, Dr. Malik, one more stat to add. As soon as she would felicitate you, your Instagram followers would go up by 500. But thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Ritesh, thank you so much for coming and coming at a short notice for all of us. A lesser known fact or a greater known fact to everyone in the room is that Innovate got bought out from Oyo. And you exited at a very, very high number at that point in time for an idea which was very, very early. Today, everyone knows about co-working, but when you did co-working, it was like really not the norm of the day. How was that experience for you in terms of how did you convince Oyo to give you that valuation?
So the good part is, so the good part about selling something is you never sell. You always get two term sheets. We got one from the world's largest co-working player, the second one from Oyo. The idea was that we never wanted to sell. The day you start selling, कहता जिस चीज़ की नुमाइश नहीं हो सकती उसके ऊपर तो किसी का पैसा, किसी का दबाव नहीं चल सकता. My only submission is never sell a commodity, always sell a hope or a dream. The second part is for me, co-working. हम लोग जहाँ से आते हैं ना, हमने पैसे के लिए तो चालू ही नहीं किया. I wanted to empower all the 42,000 people who come to our co-working spaces every Monday morning at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, to get deeply inspired and be productive, build their life. And I think once the value, अगर आप ये सोचेंगे कि मेरा डेवलपर में मैंने इतना पैसा डाला और इतना पैसा बाहर आ जाएगा, फिर आप उतना ही पैसा कमा पाएंगे. If you start thinking like this, that every morning someone in your development gets up, gets positive because of the greenery that you have built, gets positive because of the water bodies that you have built. That is the idea of building a true community. So for me, selling is just a byproduct. We've been very fortunate. We sold at the right time. अगर नहीं बेचा होता तो अभी तक bankrupt हो जाते क्योंकि उसके बाद COVID आ गया था. So we've been very fortunate.
One question I think is important because being a startup founder and being a startup founder and every startup is always on the hustle of raising money. What was your first raise and what did you go through in preparation for that?
So, so at the time of exit, we held majority of the company with me. The reason was, I always, and this is something that you will really like, startups है ना news में आते हैं, founders news में आते हैं, which is good, but they are all, a lot of them are full of crap. You should know that. And don't fall victim to that. जो आप काम कर रहे हो ना, सबसे वो कहता दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा return on investment कहाँ आती है? कहता जो मैं काम कर रहा हूँ उसमें आएगी. The idea is do not invest in these hyper-inflated markets. Startups have used to get a lot of valuations and they were all bizarre. Even today they are. So I believe that अगर आपको capital की ज़रूरत पड़ रही है तो पहली तो आप वैसी victory हार गए ना. That means आपका customer आपको पैसे नहीं दे रहा. In my opinion, we did not raise capital. Our first check was Vijay Shekhar Sharma, 6.25 lakh रुपए raise किया था हमने. So for us, and then obviously venture catalyst helped us raise 2.25 crore रुपए, and that was it. We raised a very tiny amount of capital, but our business model spoke. We built. हमारा ना ये होता था जैसे ही हमने launch किया, and this is for developers. I don't know whether this makes sense or not. हमारा ये होता है जैसे ही हमने launch किया, क्या हमारा trust इतना ज़्यादा है कि है ना बनने से पहले ही माल बिक गया या नहीं बिका. And that was the core philosophy for us. We never used to care about anything else.
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, that's the first thing that I've heard for a startup where someone has come and said that my product should sell more than my financial model. So I'm sure one more known fact for the world is that you have invested and mentored over 150 startups. Is this the same secret that you tell them in terms of their fundraise or it's different there?
So fundraise is like अगर आपको यहाँ से जयपुर जाना है तो आप fundraise का मतलब है कि आप पाओटा में रुक के ईंधन भरवा रहे हैं. That does not mean that आप जयपुर पहुँच गए. Fundraise is a lever. Just imagine you're diluting your equity, which is the most powerful asset in the world. So fundraise, the challenge is with our media. We hype, we hype fundraising, which is wrong. The whole idea is, can you, and I'll tell you, आप लोग जितने भी smart लोग यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं ना, you are much smarter than startup founders. And media lets us believe that conventional लोग हैं ना बेवकूफ हो गए हैं. They don't know how to. 99% of startup founders today are in a fluff. A company, without naming anyone, a company valued at 27,000 crore rupees, doing a loss of 14 crore rupees every year on a conventional D2C model. How does this make sense? And by the end of the day, आने वाले 5 साल के अंदर इनमें से 85% startups बंद हो जाएंगे, and उसके बाद जो आएगा, that will be the true value add. So my submission is, don't go by media, don't go by these fundraisers and all. They are just, fundraise का मतलब है आपको external, it's like a crutch. It's like कि आपको है ना चलने के लिए, आपकी एक टांग नहीं है और आपको चलने के लिए external support की ज़रूरत पड़ रही है. Don't take fundraise. The idea is build a profitable business. का purpose है profit. And आज 108 startups, unicorn startups हैं इंडिया के अंदर, सिर्फ 21 profitable हैं, which is a shame, and that needs to change.
Oh, thank you so much. I think with that, I'll call it an end.
Yes, one more time, a huge round of applause. A very insightful address indeed by Dr. Ritesh Malik. Thank you so much, Vinita ma'am. All right, so now ladies and gentlemen, we have a special address by, yes, the CEO of Farm Easy. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Siddharth Shah. Can we have the loudest round of applause? Yes, I'd like to add, he's also been felicitated with the Fortune India 40 Under 40 honors for India's brightest young business minds and the Economic Times 40 Under 40 in 2021. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much.
Hello. I know आप में से बहुत सारे लोग are waiting for the lunch to happen. And I think मलिक साहब अभी बोल के गए हैं कि startup founders में थोड़ा fluff ज़्यादा है. तो I'll try and make it a little informal. I don't. पहले तो I am feeling very awkward, if I may say so, because I am used to being on this side, and you know, people like you who are, आप में से बहुत सारे लोगों का experience मेरी उम्र से शायद ज़्यादा है. So I don't know what is it that I can share, and especially more proud because I am talking in front of my mentor, Jakshay bhai, and he, all मेरे तो definitely है, बाकी सबका पता नहीं, but you know, I was actually going to do a presentation, but then I thought the same thing कि presentation थोड़ा fluff हो जाएगा, so might as well try and keep it real, right? So keeping all the fluff aside, I think what I'll do is in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, try and cover a little bit about my journey. And you know, मैंने actually एक बहुत fun presentation बनाया था, which I can mail it to you guys, about the similarities between real estate and startup, right? I think people have a lot of misconceptions about people in real estate. I think people have a lot of misconception about startups, both right and wrong. And I thought कि I'll, maybe through my journey and my experiences, share a little bit about what I have seen and at least where I can relate with all of you, and maybe, you know, take your feedback and learn from you guys. So my journey starts in Ghatkopar, which is a small suburb in Mumbai. I come from a family of doctors. My father is a cardiologist. My mother is a pediatrician. As it so happens, I am now married to an orthodontist. So I am the only black swan in the family that is not a doctor. And जब मैं छोटा था, obviously zero interest in studies. All I wanted to do was car racing. So even today, I think cars are my first love. I was fortunate that I became a national level go-karting champion for a few years in a row. And मैं actually पढ़ाई छोड़ के racing driver बनने वाला था. But I think life had other plans. At the age of 16, I had a lovely car crash. मेरे right ankle के 6 बोन टूट गए, and that was the end of my racing career. तो I said कि अभी चलो कुछ नहीं तो पढ़ाई वापस करना ही पड़ेगा. So I said engineering कर लेते हैं. Engineering करते करते पता चला कि यहाँ तो कुछ होगा नहीं, तो सबने बोला MBA कर लो, तो सोचा चलो MBA कर लेते हैं. I think I was very fortunate that at the age of 21 I got a chance to go to IIM Ahmedabad. But a little bit of history before IIM is that my parents and Jakshay bhai's family and their parents, we are all, I would say, religiously, spiritually inclined, right? So we are all part of that similar spiritual social network. And in 2009, there was a very big event being organized in Ahmedabad by the name of Jyot. I think Shekhar Bhai was very kind enough to give his ground to all of us to organize that event for several months. And I was a very small volunteer, right? That event, which was led by Jakshay Bhai, Shekhar Bhai had given the grounds. And I think at that time, you know, one of the good qualities of a mentor is also maybe to figure out who should be their mentee and student, right? And I think somehow Jakshay Bhai took a very good liking. And that was the year in 2009 when I gave my cat. I was lucky. I went through to IIM Ahmedabad, and you know, for the first time I shifted away from my home in 2010. And while I was at IIMA, I think I was having a dream run. I won the elections to be the first year general secretary, did very well in acads. I got an opportunity to work with Goldman Sachs. So 2 months नौकरी भी की Goldman में, and would have likely ended up with maybe 1 crore or maybe more of pay, but I decided कि ये job वॉब तो अपने से होने वाला है नहीं. So I came back to campus in 2011, and to remind all of you, 2011 में startups were not this sexy, valuations were not this inflated, right? It was literally seeming कि boss क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है, what to do, what not to do. And when I told my professors कि मुझे job नहीं लेनी है, and I want to launch my own startup, all of them came back saying कि कुछ लोगों ने बोला हाँ बहुत अच्छा है, but in fact I distinctly remember, and again it was part of my presentation, Times of India ने एक article रखा था कि you know, Mumbai boy rejects 1 crore offer to launch his own company, right? And मेरा आधा बैच बहुत खुश था कि चलो अच्छा हुआ, एक पागल तो कम हो गया अभी जॉब लेने में से, राइट? तो अभी गोल्डमैन का जॉब किसी और को मिलेगा. एंड आधा एक्चुअली हैप्पी था कि चलो कुछ कर रहे हैं. एंड माई फादर अगेन बीइंग अ डॉक्टर और अ प्रोफेशनल was like, am I doing the right thing? Am I doing the wrong thing? So I again remember, you know, he flew down to Ahmedabad. We went to Jakshay Bhai's office for a couple of days, actually the whole day, not a couple of hours, and sat through and explained. And the idea was very simple कि, you know, तभी अपने देश में at that time in 2010-11, if you remember, the big concept was Domino's 30 minutes में pizza आया नहीं तो free, right? That was that big campaign which was going ahead. तो he said यार अगर पिज़्ज़ा आ सकता है, and at that time in 2010 Snapdeal and Flipkart आए थे, who were just selling books and electronics, तो यार दवाई क्यों नहीं जा सकती, right? And that was the concept, and at that time we called our company dialhealth.com. and तभी आप लोगों को याद हो तो just dial करके एक कंपनी थी जिसका एक बहुत फेमस फ़ोन नंबर था. सो वी टुक अ वेरी फेमस फ़ोन नंबर 40005000 कि आप 40005000 पे फ़ोन लगाइए और 1 घंटे में आपको दवाई घर पे मिल जाएगी. एंड again, as we started from campus, we were again fortunate to have, you know, and maybe it may seem like it's a laudatory session for Jakshay Bhai, but again, I'm just being candid, the first person to put a check and say, okay, you guys go ahead. And actually that is what gave my father the confidence, right? Otherwise he was like, ये पागल हो रहा है, ये सब नौकरी वोकरी छोड़ रहा है, इतना काम करने का मौका था, पैसा कमाने का मौका था. But okay, they did that, the family backed, and we came ahead. But you know what, when you read in the media today, you will only hear of Pharmeasy. And आप कोई भी मीडिया आर्टिकल पढ़ेंगे, everybody wants to talk that Pharmeasy was launched by 5 kids from Ghatkopar. We are famously called the Ghatkopar Gujarati gang because all 5 friends born and brought up, raised in Ghatkopar, all still staying in Ghatkopar and coming ahead. But everybody talks of our journey from 2015. And that is because people want to romanticize our journey. Nobody wants to talk और डॉक्यूमेंट द फैक्ट कि हमने 2012 में एक ऑनलाइन फार्मेसी शुरू की थी विच वॉज अ अटर फेलियर. dialhealth.com failed, and it failed in epic proportions. The reason was simple, and you know, how many of you have maybe faced a problem in some way or the other, and I'll try and make it interactive. When you go to a chemist and डॉक्टर ने आपको चिट्ठी लेके दी है 10 दवाई की, 10 में से 5 या 6 या 7 या 8 मिली है, सारी नहीं मिली है. At least face this problem sometime in life. Then either have to go and call the doctor, go and tell the chemist कि कोई और दवाई दे दो, something like that. And हमारा problem भी वही था. Digital platform था, prescription आ रहा था, but when we went to the chemist, and chemist का उसमें कोई fault नहीं है. छोटी जगह है 500 स्क्वायर फुट की जहाँ पे 4 या 5 हज़ार दवाई है, मार्केट में 2 लाख प्रोडक्ट्स है, you will never get all the medicines. And therefore our problem was our fill rates were only 50%. It is like imagine आप Amazon पे जाएंगे कहेंगे कि मुझे सारे फ़ोन्स चाहिए, बट वो बोलेगा नहीं सर हमारे पास आधे ही फ़ोन से आधे नहीं है, योर बिजनेस मॉडल विल फेल. From there we went ahead, and the next thing that we did was opened up a chain of retail stores. And मैंने एक साथ बम्बई में without thinking properly opened up 10 to 12 stores. And all of those stores failed again. And those stores failed because it is very difficult to compete with the intellect or the cost structure of a local store owner. When you go as an organized player, आपको भाड़ा भरना पड़ता है, वहाँ पे वो ओनर खुद है. आपको 2 मैनेजर रखने पड़ते हैं, वहाँ पे ओनर वो खुद काम करता है. To compete with that cost structure is very difficult. And actually our chain of retail stores also failed. And maybe I was third time lucky that after 2 failures also I went to my father. I think I was courageous and he was foolish to give me more money. He actually mortgaged our home. He mortgaged our hospital. Or rather his home and his hospital. R तो मैं अभी बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि उनके साथ रह रहा हूँ. But his home and his hospital to give me money. And 95% of everything that we owned as a family was actually invested in the business. And it was only the third time around that we became lucky with our distribution platform saying कि boss खुद के warehouse डालेंगे, pharma company से सारा माल खरीदेंगे, retailers को माल supply करेंगे और वहाँ से customer को जाएगा. Let me explain that. Today if you go on the Farmeasy app और अगर आप order place करते हैं, आपका order जाता है आपके nearby retailer को. तो आप कहोगे इसमें और डायल हेल्थ में क्या फ़र्क है? पहले भी वो रिटेलर को जाता था, आज भी जाता है. बट द प्रॉब्लम इज़ आपके रिटेलर के पास सिर्फ 20 या 30% दवाइयाँ हैं. सो व्हाट वी डू इज़ हमारे वेयर हाउसेज है अक्रॉस द कंट्री, हमारे वेयर हाउस से ऑर्डर दवाइयाँ पैक करके आपके रिटेलर तक पहुँचती है इन स्टेज 1. हम पैसा बनाते हैं इन बाइंग इन बल्क फ्रॉम फार्मा कंपनी एंड सेलिंग टू रिटेलर. एंड रिटेलर के वहाँ से हमारा डिलीवरी बॉय उठा के आपको दवाई दे देता है. Obviously to you as a customer nothing changes. You don't know that all of this is happening in the past, in the background. But today that entire process runs as a 2-step process. And the success from the 2015 model after the failure, after putting all of this, is such that we have now become, after the central government, the largest buyers of medicines in India. Roughly 4% of all medicines sold in the country are going through our platform. On the one hand हमारे पास 3.9 crore, almost 4 crore पेशेंट है. बट आवर रियल स्ट्रेंथ इज द फैक्ट कि भारत की 7 लाख फार्मेसीज में से 1 लाख फार्मेसीज को हम दवाई सप्लाई करते हैं. कि 18,000 आउट ऑफ इंडियाज 19,000 पिन कोड्स वी गो एंड डिलीवर अ मेडिसिन. एंड देयरफॉर इफ यू आर अ कस्टमर इन एनी ऑफ द पिन कोड, I will have the ability to pass your order over there, pick it up and get it delivered to you. And that has become our biggest strength. But along the way, right, I'll now come to the similarities, right? I think there are 3 or 4 big similarities between real estate developers and us, right? And I have a question for all of you, if you may indulge me. Who do you think are the best friends of real estate developers? Who are the best friends? Wild guess? Banks? Okay. Any other answers? Customers? Doctors? Okay, so banks, customers, doctors, I got 3 answers. I think in a very funny way it is regulators. Right? All of you have faced multiple regulatory challenges. Right? But all of you are surviving in the face of these regulatory challenges. I have continued to hear so many times in life, रेरा आ गया, रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर खत्म. GST आ गया, रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर खत्म. एनवायरमेंट का प्रॉब्लम आ गया, रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर खत्म. In a lot of ways, I just want to tell you that most startups are also in that same boat like you guys. By definition, a startup is doing something new. New means it is innovating. अगर किसी चीज़ का अगर इनोवेशन ही नहीं हुआ तो उसका लेजिस्लेशन कहाँ से आएगा? For example, I cannot create a law to regulate how an iPhone or a Facebook works till iPhone or a Facebook is created. How will you create a law for e-pharmacies till e-pharmacies are created? How will you create a law for a Ola or a Uber till Ola and Uber are created? right? But I also want to tell you that the story of all real estate developers and the story of all startups is nothing but that of this resilience. And some of our own examples, we've faced issues in several courts. Even today, people don't know whether we are regulated or not, but we continue to run, and we continue to run fast and build the nation. I think the second similarity, right, again, which people say, जो आपने banks की अभी बात की, you know that real estate developers तो बस पैसा खा जाते हैं, right? Banks का पैसा खा जाते हैं, customer का पैसा खा जाते हैं, investor का पैसा खा जाते हैं, right? So there is a joke, right, that startup founders and real estate developers love money, but one which is not theirs, right? हमको किसी और का पैसे का पसंद है. I again think that some of these things are completely unwarranted, right? I was actually reading up abhi the total value of housing loans and advances given to all real estate sector, to the best of my knowledge, is roughly 3.5 lakh crore today across all of the banks and housing finance companies. The net NPA जो लोग बात करते हैं is between 5 to 10%. चलो मान लो ये फॉर्मल नंबर, इनफॉर्मल नंबर इससे डबल भी होगा, राइट? कि 7 लाख करोड़ ऑफ इन्वेस्टर्स एंड बैंकर्स इज गिवन टू ऑल रियल एस्टेट डेवलपर्स, उसका 5%, 10% भी आप एनपीए गिन लो तो भी इट इज 70,000 crores. Do we know the dirty dozen NPA, which is the 12 largest corporate NPA of India, were 2.5 lakh crore? Right? But just because we are not looked at as professionals, people say, oh, you know what? Builder पैसा खा जाता है, बैंक का पैसा चला जाता है. It is not even a fraction of just the top 12 accounts. I'm not talking of all NPAs, just the top 12 accounts. Similarly, I think there is a big view कि, you know, startups पैसा ले लेते हैं, valuations एकदम crazy हो जाते हैं. Yes, I agree. I don't disagree that startup valuations went berserk, right? And there was a question that I was asked earlier today that, you know, are there times when this success gets to our head? The answer is yes, we are also human, right? But at the same time, like people say कि आपको रोटी कपड़ा मकान चाहिए, I can also say रोटी कपड़ा मकान और ऐप चाहिए. आज आपको अगर एक नेल पॉलिश खरीदना हो से घर खरीदना हो, आपको ₹1 का यूपीआई से पेमेंट करना हो या करोड़ों रुपए का आरटीजीएस करना हो, आज आपको एक छोटी खाने की चीज़ मंगानी हो या पूरा का पूरा बैंकवे बुक करना हो, या आपको लाइफ बचानी हो या डॉक्टर चाहिए, देयर इज़ अ स्टार्टअप एंड एन ऐप फॉर एवरीथिंग इन दिस कंट्री. Right? Today, 10% of all white-collar jobs are created by startups. Today, 45 lakh gig economy jobs are created by startups. Right? And while there is all of this talk around startups raising money, going into heady valuations, I don't think it is any different from the way or the challenges that all of you face as real estate developers. आप भी अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट लेते हो, what is the plan? कि पहले साल में 100 करोड़ की ज़मीन ली, दूसरे साल में 50 करोड़ कंस्ट्रक्शन में डाला, तीसरे साल में 100 करोड़ का सेल हुआ, चौथे साल में 200 करोड़ का सेल हुआ, तीसरे साल में और 200 करोड़ का सेल हुआ. राइट? कि आपने पहले 2 साल में 150-200 करोड़ डाला, विच मीन्स यू आर मेकिंग लॉसेस, और अगले 3 साल में आपने पैसा कमाया. द डिफरेंस इज व्हेन एनी इंडस्ट्री इन्वेस्ट मनी फॉर द फर्स्ट ईयर और सेकेंड ईयर इन अ कंपनी, it is taken as an investment. अगर आप 100 करोड़ की ज़मीन लेंगे, is it an investment or is it an expense? It is an investment. For us as startups, the only investment that we can make is in people and technology. Unfortunately or fortunately, जब आप ही के जैसे आपने पहले साल में ज़मीन ली, दूसरे साल में मकान बनाए और तीसरे साल में बेचा, हम भी पहले साल में टेक्नोलॉजी बनाते हैं, दूसरे साल में ब्रांड बनाते हैं, तीसरे साल से उसका पैसा आने लगता है. But when we put that money, it is considered as an expense. It is the same rationale. अगर हम 100 करोड़ लोगों के पीछे डालें टेक्नोलॉजी बनाने में, our tax laws or accounting laws do not allow it to call us an investment. People say it is an expense. And therefore it appears that startups are losing money head over fist. It is not that. Right? So yes, I agree. Lots of times कहा जाता है कि real estate developers over leverage कर लेते हैं, but there are good people. Similarly, startups have gone berserk. I don't deny that, but there is a method to this madness. Right? And I know that there was a fact that there are 21 out of these 100 unicorns which are profitable. I can guarantee you by the end of this year, there will be more than 50 which will be profitable. Right? And today's time, our only objective or my only message is that a lot of you over here again are dealing in an industry which has significant headwinds but significant backing. It is a priority. It is necessary for nation building, just like the way we are doing for startups, right? And if a common man like me can come this far, right? And I can give you a couple of examples, right? We keep on saying, you know, problem hai, acha hai, bura hai, right? I mean, ideally in February last year, our company should have been listed. We actually got approvals from SEBI to raise 6,250 crores in the public markets. But because of whatever meltdown was happening and the war, market conditions were bad and we were unable to raise the money. Now, one can say कि hey, you know what, अगर एक महीने पहले होते तो 6,000 करोड़ लेकर के आपकी लाइफ बदल जाती, but शायद ये भी हो सकता है कि वो 6,000 करोड़ लेकर के अगर हम पब्लिक हो जाते तो आज भी जैसे दसों startup founders whose companies are publicly listed, every day they get hate on Twitter and social media and people call them. हो सकता है maybe it was a blessing in disguise, right? क्या जो भी दुख है वो successful होने का नहीं होने का at least घर में बटा हुआ है. It is not here for the public to see, right? So my only point is, and I don't want to bore any of you with any more because I am sure you guys are facing many more difficulties and realities in your daily life compared to what we are. But in a lot of ways, what all of us are doing right here is contributing to nation building. And I only believe that I am an eternal optimist. Every founder, every entrepreneur, every builder, everybody who's taking risk is an optimist. Right? That is why we are here. And there is a silver lining to every dark cloud. Right? So with that note, I'll take a pause. I don't want to take more. I know I'm taking away people's lunch time. But if you guys have anything to ask or talk, I'm more than happy to share. Thank you so much.
You had the results published news today only.
Yes, coincidentally, but now I can even say it formally. Like I said, वो last year शायद 21 कंपनियां profitable थी. This year we'll see many more. Just this Friday we held a town hall with at least our employees. For the first time maybe in our company's 10-11 years of history, April has been the first month where we've been profitable and it's been a pretty reasonable number. Almost 15-18 crore का monthly profit अभी हमारा भी हो गया है. So hopefully we are the first of many more unicorns who will not only be there and survive, but hopefully thrive and contribute to what the nation needs.
Thank you so much. One more time, a huge round of applause. A very, very insightful afternoon this has been, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, now may I invite on the stage Ms. Rupa Shah, the Governor, CWW, to felicitate Mr. Siddharth, please. Come on, our audience, we need to make it really loud. It's my pleasure now. We have our title sponsor, KNest, and yes, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Belfine Alexander, the President of Sales from KNest, for a quick presentation. With a huge round of applause, of course. Come on. The title sponsor.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of KNest, I welcome you all to this wonderful event, and we are proud to be part of this. And we have a long-standing relationship with CREDAI, and we have been associated with almost all of their events. So you know KNest and what we do. So in spite of that, I'll give a very brief introduction about our company and what we do and how we can contribute to your success and in your growth. So we are an aluminum formwork manufacturing company. We are the largest in India and the fastest growing in the world. We import our raw materials, we manufacture our panels, our formwork in our factory in Pune. Right now, our production capacity is 125,000 square meter per month, which is the largest across the world. So why formwork? Why formwork is more important? So when you build a project, when you build a building, the formwork, the cost of the formwork is very less. It constitutes approximately 2 to 3% of the entire value of the project. But this 2% or 3% will decide the outcome of the project or the success of the project, because you need to have a good finish, you need to finish the project on time, you shouldn't have any idle period during the entire duration of the project construction. So we as a company ensures that we deliver the product on time, we deliver the quality product on time, suiting your requirements and your needs. So this is our factory in Pune, the largest in India, as I mentioned earlier. It's spread across around 12 acres, and we are expanding every month. So the present capacity is 125,000 square meter per month, and it's going to grow. We are planning to put up our factory in other parts of India, and we are the only company who are exporting to 7 countries in the world. Only Indian company exporting formwork to 7 countries in the world. So these are our valued clients. Because of them, we are at this stage at the moment, and because of them, we are here presenting to you our product. So you have helped us a lot to improve our production technology, our capability, our capacities. So in turn, we are giving it back to you by providing innovation technology in the formwork. Because formwork is very old, it's a shutter which molds the concrete. How we can improvise it? So we have put innovation and technology into it. We have put the sensors in the panels, which measures the accuracy, the plumb, the verticality of the panels, which is very critical. If a building, the outer walls of the building doesn't look vertical, or if it has offsets from floor to floor, it doesn't look good. So we measure the verticality of the panel using sensors. We put sensors on the props, which checks the accuracy. And we have a 360 camera auditing system which measures or which audits the erected formwork in accordance with our drawings. And we are the first company in India to introduce 3D on all the designs. We provide virtual reality for the shell plans and the modulation drawings. Your architects, your engineers, structural engineers, or even your clients can entirely walk through the project and visualize it. Any structures, any difficult shapes which you dream to put in your project can be formed using aluminum formwork. We have developed our system to adapt to any shapes or sizes. Our delivery time, 75 days from shell plan approval, is the fastest and the most accurate, most reliable time frame available in the market. So we always deliver what we promise. And these are some of the projects we have done across India. And the appreciation letters from clients speaks for itself. So we don't market our product, our customers market for us. To do that, we believe that we service them at the right time and every time. So this is our vision. Our entire vision is to save trees, 1 crore trees by 2030. How we do it is we want to eliminate the use of plywood and timber in formwork. So by doing that, we are offering a more sustainable and more recyclable product like aluminum formwork, which is more advanced. It reduces your cycle time. It's environmental friendly. It's sustainable. And end of its life, it gives you a scrap value, a salvage value. So that's it from us. We are available here for the entire day. So if you have any doubts, our team is there. Please contact us. Thanks for your support and looking forward to work with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the title sponsor. Can we have a huge round of applause for Nest, Mr. Belfine Alexander? Thank you so much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a lunch break now for exactly 30 minutes. Request you all to please be back inside on time. Also, most importantly, for all those who haven't checked out as yet, request you all to quickly check out from your rooms, and you can keep your baggage at the lobby. There is a provision made for all of you. So yes, meanwhile, 30-minute lunch break, and we will be back once again for a power-packed session. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the CREDAI Women and Youth Leadership Summit 2023. Thank you so much. My name is Junaid. See you on the other side in exactly 30 minutes. Thank you. With a huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, I'm sure we had a lot of lunch, so the energy can be a little louder. Come on. Here we go. Over to Mr. Ajay. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, CREDAI Gujarat hosting a NetCon this year. Date is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th October. So book your date. And I show you a small AV for it. Please, AV. PM Egypt is also joining the event, and I call Dipshika. Can you please give some PPT about it, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted here to be this afternoon amongst stalwarts of the real estate fraternity. And on that note, I'd also like to thank Mr. Smriti Irani, the president, and Mr. Shekhar Bhai, Mr. Jaksha Bhai, for giving us this opportunity to curate and execute the most anticipated and look forward to annual convention of CREDAI, which is the CREDAI NatCon 2023. We're looking at a very futuristic convention this year at a rather historic yet desirable destination, that being the Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. And Rixos is the property that we're looking at for hosting the convention, which is one of the most luxurious, premium and award-winning property of Egypt. It is a huge resort in the backdrop of the Red Sea, sprawling across like 500 acres with state-of-the-art infrastructure and an array of facilities that you can have a look at later when we circulate this presentation. So, the growth and development of the real estate sector has always been the core objective of CREDAI. But this year we're moving a step forward into holistic and inclusive development of India as a whole by presenting an innovative idea called the India-Egypt Summit. So what is this summit going to entail? We're talking of ministers, cabinet ministers from India as well as Egypt coming together, presenting the global agenda of mutual interests, forging strategic partnerships, signing MOUs, contracts, and harboring lucrative business interests of the business community, not just the real estate sector, but overall India as a whole, leading to a very inclusive development of both the countries. Can you just go back? And like Mr. Ajay has already announced, but it's a matter of great pride that the Honorable Prime Minister of Egypt has already confirmed to attend the event, which in itself, is a huge achievement for CREDAI. As far as the schedule goes, we will have the opening session on the day 1 at 6 p.m., followed by regular, the keynote sessions and panel discussions every day from 11 to 5. 5 to 7 is going to be the sundowner, evenings with like an exotic entertainment that Rixos has to offer. This is going to be the schedule for both the days, with the checkout happening on the 8th. So the convention is going to be starting from 5th. It's going to be a three-night, 4-day convention. This is what the delegate fee structure is going to look like. For up to the first 200 delegates, we have a fee of 99,000 plus GST for, twin occupancy. When the number, when we reach the threshold of 200, from the 200 first delegate, it'll rise to 1,15,000 and further to 1,30,000 when we cross the 600 mark. For single occupancy, it is 1,34,000, 150,000 and 165,000. And then if you'd like to bring your spouse, the registration fees would be 1,98,000, 2,30,000 and 2,60,000 respectively. These are all the inclusions that are there in the package. Obviously, accommodation at the 5-star resort Rixos, with availing access to all its facilities of that it has to offer. It's an all-meal inclusive concept, wherein you have all the lunch, all the 4 meals across the day inclusive. You have the sundowner parties and all area access and spa and sauna and steam, everything included. And who not but CREDAI to, fly, have a luxury experience. So because the flying time is, it takes up to 10 to 14 hours from various cities of the country, we've proposed a charter which will reduce down the travel time to about 5 to 5.5 hours, depending on the state that you fly the chart from. And another advantage of this would be you can do away with the visa formalities. You wouldn't need a visa to enter Egypt. So this is something that, can be, tried upon by most delegates. We will begin the registration from May 10, 20th, and we look forward to as many registrations, Thank you. No. I wish.
चार्टर फ्लाइट का रेट इसमें इंक्लूड नहीं है और कमर्शियल फ्लाइट भी है जिसका काफ़ी सारा ऑप्शंस हमने निकाला है कोची, बैंगलोर, दिल्ली, मुंबई, चेन्नई से, तो वो 1-2 दिन के अंदर सारे नेशनल के ग्रुप में रख देंगे. थैंक यू.
हाँ, that's for sure. We're very sure about that. Okay. So now with that, I'd like to invite the exceptionally wonderful team of CREDAI Gujarat, which is going to be hosting this year's NatCon. Can you all please come up? As well as the women's wing, headed by Mrs. Rupa Shah. The entire team.
Ashish bhai, Amit bhai, Neelam, Ashish, Parth, Pranjal, नेटकॉन ની જે ટીમ અહીંયા આગળ હોય બધા સ્ટેજ પર આવી જાઓ ફટાફટ ફાસ્ટ. Like no one else. Smoke and sweat. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to call on the dais Mr. Amit Sharma. Yes, he's the Deputy General Manager for Varmora, powered by sponsors. So huge round of applause for Mr. Amit Sharma, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you on behalf of Varmora Tile and Bathware. And Thank for giving opportunity to showcase our presentation. We start our presentation with AV. Kindly start AV.
Creating happiness through innovation and excellence. From being a pioneer in Gujarat, the ceramic hub of India lies a colossal production capacity of 100,000 square meters of wall, floor, porcelain and vitrified tiles per day, made possible through 7 manufacturing plants. The pivot behind our enviable designs are the state-of-the-art digital machines. All of these together help us produce some of the finest wall and floor tiles in large quantity without compromising on quality. The entire production value chain at Varmora is process-driven, benchmarked against international best practices and adheres to the highest quality standards at all stages of production. We have the best-in-class designers who create some of the most unique and amazing designs. The process starts with the finest quality of sands, clay and chemicals. These raw materials are quality checked and homogenized to ensure consistency in the quality of inputs. These materials are mixed together to create the right mixture and composition. The wet slurry of clay, sand and chemicals is converted into powder by heating up to 650 degrees Celsius in a spray dryer. The powder is then fed to the press, which compresses it to tile biscuits of required size. These tile biscuits are then moved to the dryer for removing excess moisture. Then different glazes are applied on the tiles by the glazing lines as per the required finish. This is followed by printing the designs on the tiles. The tile then enters into the baking kiln, where it is baked at a temperature range of 1190 to 1230 degrees Celsius. The tiles then move to polishing, which gives a smooth and flat surface. The precision in tile size and planarity is ensured by the automatic size and curvature machines. The sorting department checks each tile for their quality and only allows the highest quality tiles to pass through for the customers. These tiles are then carefully packed and moved to the warehouse. Is one of the few companies in the world that provides an entire range of impressive tiles under one roof, displayed in a luxurious and expansive 40,000 square feet showroom. The wide spectrum of our splendid tiles come not only in a range of types, but also offer a wide variety of sizes, along with a large array of finishing options. Varmora is not just tiles. We are also an epitome of excellence in sanitary ware, boasting of an advanced facility capable of producing water closets, one-piece, wall hungs, wash basins and tabletops to the tune of over 1.5 million pieces of perfection per year. With the latest innovation, the matte finish basins, which are taking the industry by storm. Varmora Group boasts of an enviable list of clients. The make our made in India products, truly global, export quality, and hence sought after in the international markets. No wonder we have been leading the exports for the last 2 years.
Thank you. Presentation, please. PPT. Okay. देखिए मैसेज Okay. This dream and journey to started in 1994, 29 years ago, with a small plant capacity at Morbi, 850 square meter per day. Now, we are in position to install capacities around 1,40,000 square meter per day. Next. This is our journey. Philosophy. This is our journey. 1994, this dream and journey started. Expansion start from 1997, 5,000 square meter per day capacity. 2003, we started a vitrified tile plant. And 2009 is very, very changing for us when we installed a digital printing technology, which is very much new for India tile industry. We are the pioneer one who introduced the digital tile printing technology in India. 2013, we installed a double charge plant. 2020, latest plant, which is inaugurated by our Chief Minister of Gujarat. 2022 is very, very precious for us. There is two landmark things happen with us. First, we captured a full body tile plant. Second, Mr. Bhavesh Varmora and Varmora on the pages of front page of Forbes. And third one, the Carla is the world's largest, second largest fund management company is encroached with us. This is our complete portfolio: homeware and furniture, sanitary ware, tiles and faucet. Varmora currently supplying material to 90 plus countries all over the world. We have a pan-India presence also with our 600 dealers and 3,000 retail network. This is our complete product range. Varmora can you provide you complete bath tiling solution. Total we are working in 20 type of sizes, 15 type of finishes, and around about 5,000 type of designs. This is, as I say, we have a complete tiling solution from smaller to larger one. These are the special things which we are providing only by the Varmora. Glue ester, the glue finish tiles with the sugar shining. When the lights comes on the surface, the glue and the sugar gives a tremendous view. This was gemstone. Again, unique product by Varmora. Metallic surface. It can use for both wall and floor tile. Finish like a metal. Look like a metal. This is aura finish. Aura finish is a very, very new for the industry, which is a completely digital glaze tiles by the digital machine. This is a rocker finish, reactive effect, and the rocker HL highlighter. We also provide you unique color body, color glaze tiles. And latestly we introduced GHR, a granular high resistance tile. The uniqueness is this कि जब इसके ऊपर लाइट पड़ता है तो लाइट का रिफ्लेक्शन नहीं आता है और इससे जो इसका एंटी स्किड प्रॉपर्टी होती है वो भी इंक्रीज होता है. Metallic tile again, structured mat, low metric reflection. This is a Varmora showroom at the Morbi, 18,000 square feet. These are our retailers outlet. We are also present in 25 countries with our own brand name. This is our overseas participations. As I say, we are supplying 70 plus countries all over the world on basis of our quality and innovations. These are the certification, all necessary certification we are having. We are working with top builder Reliance Industries, DLF, Unitech, Consul, Raheja, L&T, LDCO, Lavasa, Godrej Property, Honda, Hyundai Showroom, JP Groups, Mahindra Lifestyles. These are some major government projects done by Varmora successfully. There is a lot of builder in the house when I am seeing around the जिनको हम supply भी कर रहे हैं और supply कर चुके हैं successfully, and हम चाहते हैं कि जो उनका dream है वो अपने dream में making a good housing societies, housing complex, उस dream में हम लोगों को involve करें. We can provide you better product, innovative product. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Amit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. It's now my pleasure to invite Mr. Atul Monga, founder and CEO, Basic Home Loan, for a quick presentation. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, please? Thank you. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're literally moments away from the most anticipated moment of this wonderful summit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, I'm Atul, and I'm the founder of this company called Basic Home Loan. First of all, thanks to CREDAI Women and Youth team to providing us this opportunity, and a special thank to Mr. Smriti Irani and Ms. Vinita. So, before I move, we believe home loans are very complementary to your business. Sorry. Okay, most of your customers who are looking to buy the property, many of them are looking to take home loans, and the current market of home loans in India is very broken. So we are trying to digitize this experience for the customer, and we have been working from past 3 years to digitize the journey of customer, and till date we have processed around $4 billion in mortgage applications. We work across India. We are present in 30 cities, and we are able to provide a complete digital mortgage experience for your customers. So, on a monthly basis, we are processing close to $500 million of mortgage applications, and that actually, provides a, validation that customers like our approach. So this is, some of the numbers we have processed. In total, we have disbursed close to 7,000 crores in mortgage applications. And we are creating technologies for the complete ecosystem. For the customer, we have built products where they can, without going to bank, they can see for 70 banks whatever the offer they can get. And this also helps us in providing pre-approvals for your projects. We help them in reducing their processing fees, and we provide fulfillment support to them. For builders, we provide faster tax. And in fact, we are probably the only fintech company in India where we provide guarantee of our job. That if we are not able to do a home loan in a particular time frame, or if we are not able to get your customer a home loan in 2 applications, then we pay the first EMI of the customer. That's what the commitment we have for the customers, and that's the confidence we have on our technology. Then, when we work with you, we provide you the complete suite of technology where we help, your customers to choose products from multiple lenders. We have around 70 plus banks on our platform, which includes all major private and public sector banks as well as housing finance companies. We have agents also on ground. So it's not like that we are just passing on leads to bank. We have people on ground who will go to your customer's house and they will do end-to-end fulfillment. So for a customer, it will be a loan sitting at home. So it's a completely digital experience, as I mentioned earlier. So we can handle complex products also. We can create new products for your new projects. And there have been various examples in the past where we convinced banks to create new product for a specialized kind of new project launch. Then if it's an affordable housing project, we even help the customers in getting Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana subsidies and benefits. We duly believe in the vision of our Prime Minister that housing for all is necessary, and we help the customers in getting those benefits. We even help your projects to be pre-approved from the banks. And by the way, sorry, I forgot to mention, we don't charge anything to builders, we don't charge anything to customers. Our services are totally free for them. So definitely the customers have an affinity to come to us. Then some of, I'll show some of the screenshots of our technology. So in our app, we provide offers across banks. So we beforehand, we can tell a customer that what will be the loan to value they will get, what will be the EMI, what will be the rate of interest range, what will be the tenure. So technically, customer को जो multiple banks में जाके processing fee pay करके 10 दिन बाद पता चलता है, we can tell you on an instant. So think of us more like what a payment gateway is to a e-commerce company. We are a mortgage gateway for the builders, that we help your customer to check out through our platform and provide them loans so that they can buy your property. And we do it with a fixed stat commitment so that you are able to sell your inventory faster. These are some of the banks we have tied up with. And we have been appreciated in the past in various sources. So that's from my side, and hope to network good with all of you, and wish to do business together with all of you. And thanks for providing this opportunity.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to felicitate our sponsors, without whom this event would have definitely not been possible. For the honors, may I request Mrs. Sarah Jacob, the Secretary, CWW, to please come on the dais. And I'd also like to invite Ms. Sapna Rathi from the Joint Secretary of CWW. With a huge round of applause, they are going to felicitate our sponsors. So firstly, can I invite Mr. Belfine Alexander from Nest? With a huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Some representative from the team could come up and collect on his behalf, please. Yeah, or you could quickly give him a call. Also, meanwhile, may I call on Mr. Sanjay Singh from Varmora to please come up on the stage. I'd also like to call once again on stage Mr. Atul Monga, Basic Home Loan, to please come back. And I'd also like to invite Mr. Saurav Bansal, the CMD Dorset, to please come up on the stage. So yes, we're going to felicitate our sponsors. And once again, calling on Mr. Belfine Alexander from Nest, if someone from his team can quickly call him. Thank you so much. Alexander from West. Come on, audience, keep the applause going. We're just 5 minutes away from welcoming someone very special who's going to be joining us. All right, so I'm calling on Mr. Saurav Bansal from the CMD from Dorset, please. Once again, calling on Mr. Atul Monga from Home Basic, yes, Basic Home Loan, to please come join us, and he's being felicitated. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we have Srimati Smriti Irani, who's going to be joining us in exactly 5 minutes, the Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs. So for that, I want everyone to be seated, please.
K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, an endeavor to revolutionize construction. anchored by a state-of-the-art automated factory with an expanse of 5 lakh square feet, housing the finest and most advanced process of manufacturing, which is powered by industry-leading machines and cutting-edge equipment. It's not just what we do, but what we deliver that makes us the leader. Best-in-class products, technology that enables, design that uplifts, innovation that steers. So, why do we do what we do? Because when we work for the future, we empower it. Desh mein bana, desh ka apna. K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, India's largest and the world's fastest growing aluminium formwork company.
Guys, very quickly, while we are waiting for Madam Minister to come, there was a session planned. Gitambar ji, you're on. Jakshay bhai, you're on. So this is, we are all very lucky. We are all very lucky कि एक इवेंट एक जो हमारा शेड्यूल में था वो कैंसिल हो रहा था, बट नहीं कोई टाइम नहीं हो गया. आ जाओ प्लीज, both of you, my Jay and Viru, please come on the stage. So we'll play this by ear. I don't know how much time we have, but as long as Madam Minister takes to come over here is the time that we have to kind of get words of wisdom and a wealth of knowledge out of these two gentlemen. Please give them mics. So my first question, and both of you can answer it. Why are they all called Jai Viru?
Oh, you will tell us.
नहीं आप बताओ यार.
You will tell us. You've been at this for a while now.
तेरी आवाज ऐसे ही जा रही है गिदांबर.
Not working.
Yeah. No, it is. जय वीरू क्यों बोलते थे?
You tell us यार. You've been seeing us for a long time now.
नहीं जोड़ी अच्छी है उसके लिए, है ना? दूसरा मेरे हिसाब से आप लोग दोनों ने जो भी ठानी कर दी. जब करना चाहा, गब्बर को पकड़ना है तो पकड़ लेके आए.
गब्बर कौन है?
वो भी यहाँ पे नहीं. अच्छा जय कौन था, वीरू कौन था?
भाई कभी ये जय हो जाता है, कभी मैं हो जाता हूँ, कभी मैं वीरू हो जाता हूँ, कभी ये हो जाता है.
Okay guys, one of the key reasons for their success was, I'll tell you, they had zero ego. They used to communicate like friends. And the one thing that I learned, my first stint at CREDAI was when I was secretary to my president at all points of time, Gitambar, who I still call president always. Guys, you will not find a more, that one of the guys spoke about humility and just being out there for the people, etc. You will not find easier people to talk to than both of them. They are available, they'll speak to you, they'll address your issues. They truly mean well for the industry as such. And I'm telling you, it was a golden era, and hopefully that era will come again and again. The COVID and all screwed it up a little bit. I'm sorry about that, but well, it will come back again. We'll get a chance to again interact, and I've learned a lot from all my presidents, especially all. So, questions for you. Where do you think we as CREDAI can add value to the lives of all our members?
So I think, the biggest strength has always been the unity of the organization. And somewhere I think we need to, with the women's wing and with the youth wing, I think that can be cemented even more. We can, grow more. And after COVID, there has been a sort of a lapse in, of course, in our getting together frequently, but there has been a general lapse in communication, in sharing ideas. Of course, there were limitations, but I think that's where we can grow. And the women and the youth, I for one have always believed that these are the two wings of CREDAI which actually prop up the organization. And we as senior members, I would like to call us that, with the grey hair and all that. Of course, he is still a young un. So, yeah, but you are. So I think we are not a spent force, but we don't have so much, what should I say, you have more foresight, and women of course have that sixth sense, and the youth have all the energy, and with things changing in technology, etc. You are the ones who can guide us now. What do you say, Jakshay?
No. Hello. First of all, I am overwhelmed seriously to see the gender ratio. Let's clap for yourselves, guys. We, Gitambar, Baman and all our seniors, हमारे seniors जीतू भी यहाँ बैठे हैं. We were trying कि gender ratio equal हो, कम से कम respectable हो. And that was the endeavor for all of them. And particularly me, I was seeing, I came in CREDAI Ahmedabad 2006. और वहाँ से लेके ये journey. But I was fascinated to see the Kumar Kera, the all stalwarts, then Gitambar, Baman, Jitubai and all, and was trying to learn, implement. लेकिन ये करते करते कभी ऐसा मौका नहीं आया लाइफ में कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में that we have a respect for our business. Thankfully, RERA came. And you guys, I don't know you guys, because second, third generation है यहाँ पर, youth and women. What kind of a friction, what kind of a challenge we have fought, the seniors have fought with the government. There was a time that we were not allowed to even discuss with the ministry also. That was a time. That was a time that we were not here patiently, forget patiently, even positively also. From that era to this all credit goes to the seniors and industry guys. Seriously, we all should be blessed for the CREDAI. जैसे गीतांबर ने बोला unity, then only unity can bring us at this platform. And whatever I got, whatever I am here, thanks to CREDAI and only CREDAI guys.
I'll take a line out of Gitambar's one of the speeches. He said, "आपको आपकी ताकत का अंदाजा नहीं है. जो दिन आप लोग सब साथ में आओगे, nobody can ignore us." And the one thing that we have got to do and keep doing time and again is remember this. And for those of you who were here last evening, if you remember what I said, the market is going to grow so many times more. You're not competing with each other. Now you're not. You have to work with each other to make this entire, industry a lot better. And again, Gitambar, Jakshay, we have the very young and we have the young. We are all young. Koi buda hua nahi hai. So, with regards to the women's wing, what are the one or two points that you would like them to address? I've told everybody not more than 5 wins is what I want. I want only 5 wins and I want them to go deep. But what is it in your mind that you think is important for us to get done from them?
So 100% we'd like to see more women at the steering wheel of companies, real estate companies. That will bring in such a pleasant change, a new thought process. Number one is that. Secondly, even at the construction sites, Baman, I think we need to, and we need the help of women and youth over there, we need to have more women as masons, as supervisors, as foremen. Why not? I think they do a wonderful job. Look, I think the CEO of our company is a woman, and so I think the kind of saving, the eye for saving, the eye for stopping wastage, the eye for better work in less cost is what a woman can do and a man can rarely even think of. So that is an ask which I sincerely have. The skilling wing of CREDAI is going to help in that, because I think we are training women, sir, at Jidubai and in the skilling thing. So that is going to be a very, very big strength for the real estate industry. So, Jakshay, what about you?
No, I would put it that way. The CREDAI is a body, woman wing is a soul. So putting soul in the body makes the proper body. And look at we play with the brick mortar, but the most important part in a real estate industry is the soft side. Soft side is not only CSR, but soft side is overall corporate communication, the legacy. Hello? Okay. So you guys, women can, why soft side? Because you guys can help for the sustainable development. Women can bring the environmentally change in the industry, labor welfare. There are so many things that developer as a spouse or developer as a company CEO, MD can't, because वो पूरा दिन 40 परमिशन और 140 टेबल से गुजरते गुजरते वो बूढ़ा हो जाता है, to be very frank. So who will look after the office is not something as a spouse or as a housewife, but you have to, that we are looking at this junction as a partnership, to be very frank. Now, madam is here. I think the floor...
Ladies and gentlemen, the loudest round of applause. It is such an honor. Yes, please join us welcoming the Honorable Chief Guest, the Minister of Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs, Srimati Smriti Irani ji. जोरदार ताली हो जाए. And wonderful to see Ms. Rupa Shah, the Governor, to escort. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very auspicious day today, and it's so wonderful to see people come in from different parts of our industry to felicitate and to celebrate this wonderful occasion. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to invite all our dignitaries on the dais to start this program. Yes, of course, we will start off with lighting of the lamps. So firstly, can we have a huge round of applause calling on the dais Mr. Manoj Gaur, the Chairman of CREDAI National. I'd also like to call upon Mr. Smriti Irani, the President, CREDAI National. Keep the applause going, guys. Come on, it is the most awaited moment of this summit. I'd also like to call Mr. Shekhar Patel, the President-elect. Mr. Gaurav Thakur, the Chairman, CYW and CWW. Of course, women empowerment all the way, the Governor, CWW, Mrs. Rupa Shah, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd also like to call on Mr. Nitish Reddy, the Governor of CYW. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart proceedings, may I request everyone to proceed towards lighting of the lamp, as lightning of the lamp will indeed brighten the future. Anyone else? Yes, once again, may I request all the dignitaries on stage to proceed towards the lamp. Thank you so much. All right, and now everyone, ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you, each one of you to stand up as we pay our respect to the national anthem, ladies and gentlemen.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. Requesting you all to kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart proceedings, it's my pleasure, it's my honor to welcome the chairman of CYW and CWW, Mr. Govt of India, for his welcome remarks. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister Madam, Manoj Bhai, Paman Bhai, Shekhar Bhai, Rupa Ben, and Nitish, and all my 200 women and youth members representing from about 53 cities here. I welcome you all to this first Women's and Youth Leadership Summit. We are all here to interact with each other and most importantly, Smriti Ben, to hear you and to get inspired from you. I welcome you all to the summit. I especially welcome our past presidents or past chairmen, Shri Gitamar Uncle Ji and Jakshabhai Shah. Thank you, sir, for coming and always encouraging us. Smriti Ben, we are a group of 200 here, but then we are more than 5,000 youth and women developers all over the country. We are just doing a small representation here. I would request you to guide us, guide the women as to what is the role women can play, not just in the sector of real estate, but be it any sector, especially in this Amrit Kal, as to how they can support our vision of Honorable Prime Minister. Similar for the youth, how youth can, work towards Prime Minister's mission of building a strong and better India. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce my leaders of the Women and Youth Wing, Mrs. Rupa Ben Shah from Ahmedabad, the convener or the leader for the Women's Wing, Mr. Nitish Reddy from Hyderabad, who is the leader for the Youth Wing. He is the convener, and Ms. Binita Dalal, who is the co-convener for Youth Wing. Ma'am, once again, a very warm welcome. Thank you. Looking forward to a great interaction with you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaurav. So all right, now, ladies and gentlemen, like we mentioned, today is all about women empowerment. And who better than Ms. Rupa Shah, the Governor CWW, to come on the dais and say a few words and, of course, announce the CWW team. Can we have a huge round of applause for her, please? And I must add, she looks absolutely stunning in her sari.
Yeah, copy. I do. Shivadana problems. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My sincere thanks to Mr. Chairman Manoj Gaur ji, our ever-energetic President Mr. Baman Irani ji, President-elect Shekhar Bhai, and CYW and CWW Chairman Gaurav for having me here. It gives me immense pleasure to speak to you all today. At the Women and Youth Leadership Summit, organized by the Women Wings of CREDAI, before I begin, I would like to take a moment to thank the Honorable Minister, for Women and Child Development, Sri Smriti Irani ji, for taking the time out to join us today. The youngest Union Cabinet Minister and the first woman to hold office as a Minister for Education and for Textile, Smriti ji has been instrumental in transforming the lives of millions of women and young people across our country. As a woman, I particularly appreciate her work in strengthening protection for women and children, uplifting women. She has launched various initiatives promoting innovations, inclusion, sustainability, and new age technologies. She is not here just because she is a woman, but a natural leader who has inspired countless people around in whatever role or responsibility she has taken in her glorious career. Smriti ji, you are a shining star, and we are honored to have you with us today. The women wing of CREDAI, the women wings of CREDAI brings together some of the most talented and dynamic women in real estate. From agents to broker, developers to investors, the women wing is committed to supporting and empowering women in the real estate industry. Our industry is a complex and challenging one, and it is required a unique set of skills to be successful. Time and again, women have proven that they have what it takes to thrive in this industry. Through their hard work, determination, and sheer talent, women are creating a positive impact in real estate every day. However, there is still much work to be done to ensure the women are well represented in this industry. CREDAI Women's Wing is a leading by example in providing its members with the resource, network, mentorship, knowledge, and the enabling environment they need to succeed. The summit today is testament to our dedication to helping women thrive in real estate by bringing in their perspective and addressing pressing issues the real estate industry faces. As we move into the future, it is clear that the real estate industry will continue to evolve and change. In a rapidly changing world, soft skills are no longer good to have. They have become need to have. Communication, negotiation, problem solving are primary tools now, necessary to succeed in any field. To the young leaders in the audience today, remember it is not just about bricks and mortar, but also about building relationships. As our industry continues to expand, we cannot ignore the welfare of our laborers. They are the heart and the soul of our industry. It is our responsibility to ensure their safety, health, and overall well-being. We must not forget that without them, our plans remain only on paper. We need to make their welfare priority, not an afterthought. Along with the welfare of laborers, welfare of the environment is another priority. Sustainable construction are the future. Buildings that consume lesser resources and add to environment instead of taking from it. At the same time, keeping in mind the important role the real estate sector will play in India's growth story, we cannot ignore our responsibility to society either. CSR is not just a mandate, it is our moral duty. Along with the building complexes, we must contribute to building our communities as well. I am confident that women and young leaders will play a pivotal role in shaping the future of this industry. The entire team of CREDAI, especially the women's wing, is dedicated to providing the required support to women in the industry, be it through mentorship, a platform at both the national and grassroots level, research on best practice and new technologies. So let us continue to work together to support one another. Let us commit to building better, building smarter, and building greener. Together, we can create better, more inclusive, and more successful industry for all. Remember, it is not just about making a building. It is about nurturing our future and building our PM Sir's new Atmanirbhar India. Thank you so much, and I would like to call the team. Yeah, okay. So we would like to run the video first. Yeah, okay. We'll introduce our team today.
जहां जहां
Okay. Yeah, first.
महिला को अवसर मिला है, उसकी सफलता का आंक बहुत ऊंचा है। क्या शक्ति दी है, क्या हम इस शक्ति का गौरव करना जानते हैं, इस सामर्थ्य को पहचानते हैं?
Established on the 9th of April 2017, CREDAI National Women's Wing heralded a new era, a game changer, driven by the belief that there is no limit to what we as women can accomplish. We forged ahead, onward and upward, establishing a strong emotional connect and building a positive image for business. Women leaders actively participated in real estate policy advocacy, study tours, training and certifications, labor welfare skilling, finance taxation and RERA compliance. We applaud the work done by the Labor Welfare Committee in defining SOP guidelines for Best Facility Awards. This will now help every CREDAI chapter. Under the Sustainability Initiative by CWW members, another feat was Pune being certified as a green city recently to get the IGBC Platinum rating. Expanding the presence and participation of women, CWW reaches out with member assistance across the nation. Ensuring positive social impact through CSR, CREDAI Women's Wing have worked extensively refurbishing buses into mobile toilets with solar biogas units, diaper changing stations, Western and Indian toilets. Empowering women, CWW hosted the first ever women's conference. In addition to holding structured training sessions and certifications, under the leadership of Rupa, Sara and Sapna, CREDAI Women's Wing scales new heights from being an active part of organizing to taking the lead at city, state and national level with an ever-growing presence nationwide. You can imagine the power of CREDAI women.
I would like to announce my team. So can we have AV for that? Big round of applause, everyone.
Rupa Shah, Ahmedabad.
Come on, this needs to get louder, audience.
Kochi. Sapna Rathi, Pune. Shruti Havelia, NCR. Inakshi Priyam, NCR. Amrita Gupta, Jaipur. Madhavi Nathani, Raipur. Sophia Firdaus, Bhubaneswar. Sangya Bachchan, Ranchi. Mrinalini Maher, Chennai. Anjana Shastri, Bengaluru. Dr. Dipali Gandhi, Solapur. Sonal Pokhrana, Ahmednagar. Srimati Sitaraman, Madurai. Minu, Ahmedabad. Darshana Patel, Ahmedabad. Praniti Shroff, Pune. Rudri Patel, Ahmedabad. Archana Badera, Pune. Sophia Firdaus, Bhubaneswar. Deval Sopradkar, Ahmedabad.
Wow, all I can say is the CREDAI Women's Wing is absolutely wonderful. One more time, a huge round of applause. Many, many congratulations to all the names. And yeah, wishing you all continued success in the years to follow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, taking us through the CWW roadmap for 23 to 25, it's our pleasure to call on Ms. Sarah Jacob, the Secretary, CWW. With a huge round of applause, please.
Good evening, Smriti ma'am. And good evening, everyone. There is a great saying in Sanskrit
Nari Samajasya Kushala Vastukara. Women in real estate have a very inclusive approach. They understand the needs of sentiments of home buyers. Women realign the trust perception in real estate sector. Women have very high emotional quotient and are able to connect to their customers. And the list goes on. But women in CREDAI are here on a bigger mission to make this industry more transparent and really portray the true essence of real estate. It's hardly been 10 days that I've started my journey in CWW, and I'm humbled to be a part of a strong network of women, and I promise you, we're on a mission to uphold the values of CREDAI, to gear up on the growth vision of our President, Mr. Smriti Irani, and to make our country proud. While brainstorming the CWW roadmap with Boman sir, Shekhar sir, and Rupa ma'am, we have identified certain current areas, strengths, and expertise of our members, and based on these current scenarios, we were able to curate the roadmap for the CREDAI Women's Wing. Our aim is to inspire more women to actively take part in the real estate business. Women's Wing will release white papers and best practices on net zero initiatives and help builders to start implementing the same. Work towards getting policies to be passed for ease of doing business for women entrepreneurs in real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the CWW roadmap. And learning is the key priority, and to encourage women to take part in. So basically, we have some of these. Have the volume of. So basically, learning is the key priority, and to encourage women to take part more in roles of the industry and to get equipped with industry knowledge, to be able to provide mentorship and able to give high network resource pool that acts as a support at all times and strengthen the sisterhood bond. Events that conduct study tour and women's conclave, to enable meaningful activities that give back to people who support the industry and through benefit of labor welfare, carrying out CSR only related to real estate. To enrich sustainable construction practices and to initiate net zero initiatives and to realize and release the best practices to do the same. To help aid in skilling construction workers and to brainstorm and working on research papers that benefit the industry on topics that help our CREDAI members. And last but not the least, gentlemen, have you thought of risk mitigation? They say, in a game of chess, make your queen equipped. So gentlemen, trust my team in our journey at Women's Wing to ensure CWW members are well equipped at all times. My team and I look forward to working with you in the next 2 years and would love to get the support of all of you and achieve our goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the release of the CWW manifesto. Yes, we're all super excited to unveil that. So once again, can I call on Sarah ma'am on stage and Miss Sapna, yes, on the dais for the release of the manifesto. Ladies and gentlemen, the CWW manifesto. And yes, may I request our Honorable Minister to unveil the CWW manifesto along with all the stalwarts on the dais. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, a very, very special moment. The Honorable Minister, Srimati Smriti Irani ji, releasing the manifesto, the CWW manifesto, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. All right, and for the address and the announcement of the CYW team, I'd like to call on Mr. Nitesh Reddy, the convener of CYW, please, on the dais. Thank you so much. Once again, needs to get louder than this audience, Mr. Nitesh Reddy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Welcome to the Women's and Youth Summit. It is a pleasure to see all my friends from the Youth and Women's Wing here. We are deeply honored to have the CREDAI senior team present, and a warm welcome to all the partners who have supported this event. In the previous term, Abhishek and his team have done tremendous work in the youth wing, especially with webinars such as Martech series and HR series. We aim to continue their good work by promoting more offline events at all levels and nurturing a sense of brotherhood within the CYW team. Today, I would like to present the vision of CYW for the term 23-25, aligning it with our President's and CYW Chairman's vision. Our vision is to empower young members with knowledge, skills and networking abilities to optimize business and cultivate strong leaders for tomorrow. Our approach to nurture knowledge among our members include creating informative papers, engaging podcasts, comprehensive training programs and useful handbooks. Our objective is to standardize key areas of our business by sharing industry best practices, disseminating case studies, and establishing partnerships with relevant organizations. To strengthen our youth wing, we will organize city and state meets, study tours at city, state, zonal, and national levels, and we prioritize to organize sports meet which will promote networking and collaboration at all levels. The goal of our youth wing is to create future leaders. We will achieve this by providing our members with a comprehensive understanding of NBC codes, bylaws, taxation, as well as imparting knowledge on effective representation and communication. We intend to achieve the above vision through establishment of 5 committees, namely business optimization, cost and project management, customer centricity, startup and PropTech. I would now like Vinita to explain in brief about the committees.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank everyone on the dais, our Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs, Shri Smriti Irani ji, CREDAI Chairman Shri Manoj Gaur ji, CREDAI President Shri Baman Irani, CREDAI President-elect Shekhar Bhai, Convener Rupa Ben, and Convener CYW Nitish, and obviously our favorite and darling Chairman CYW CWW Gaurav Thakkar, and everyone in the audience. Thank you for patiently waiting and being here. While we announce the committees and what these committees are going to achieve, I would like to lean on to this saying by Denzel Washington, which goes like, dreams without goals are just dreams. Our president, in his address, brought out his vision and ushered into a new era of growth, where G stands for green construction, R stands for reform, O stands for opportunity to build a new India, W is women empowerment, T is transparency, and H is housing for all. And the one thing he has asked us all to achieve is to look for 5 big wins while in our tenure, while in CREDAI. To take ahead the CREDAI national agenda and our President's vision, we have formulated 5 committees to bring forth these 5 big wins for CYW. The committees are, as Nitish largely said, business process optimization, which is headed by none other than our lawyer, doctor, Guinness World Record holder, and author of 18 successful real estate books, Harshal Savla. And what we want to do through this committee is largely bring out the best practices and ways of optimizing all departments in our business, whether it's finance and taxation, HR, admin, legal, approvals. Every committee across our business which adds to our growth will be covered in this, and its sole agenda will be to help our members to look at how to approach these departments what kind of reports these departments have to generate, and how can we monitor these departments by simplifying them and optimizing our businesses. The second committee that we've conceived is construction and project management. Our product is only delivered once we go through the very long process of constructing and building it. I am a foodie, and I will lean on to one more quote which says that construction is the recipe of success of what we build in our product, in our products. Don't laugh. Sorry. Sorry about this. Okay. This committee will bring the best practices of everything related to design, to construction, to working on green technologies, material management, billing, new age material, cost optimization, while bringing forth construction and construction and project management techniques. I'm happy to state that we have women power even in this committee, because this committee is headed by two people. Mr. Saurabh Bafna is the chairman, and Aparna Hala will be the co-chair for this committee. One more committee which is very, very close to CREDAI National's agenda is PropTech and startups. Our president had announced that CREDAI is partnering on a $100 million PropTech fund. And to bring this to forth, CYW has been given the biggest task of delivering it, and that's why we have created a PropTech and Startup Committee. One more thing that we've been made aware of, and we've all seen, is that disruption comes more from the outside than from within. And this committee's role will be largely to bring forth such disruptions that the country is seeing in real estate, and to bring in those technologies into the sector. I'm happy to say that we have Aniket and Nisarg heading this committee for CYW, who have varied experience in startups and investing in startups. Customers are the center of all that we do. They are the ones that trust us with the currency that drives our business. They are the success barometer of all that we build. Their preferences and demographics drive the products we deliver, and it's only fair to formulate a committee on them which will only work to creating customer centricity. And this committee will largely work with CREDAI National to bring forth CRM, marketing tools, new age ways of doing sales, and best practices for the sales process for customers. And we will have Yukti from Delhi chairing this, along with Himanshu as the co-chair. Last but not the least, the fifth big win that we are going to take up for CREDAI is alternate asset classes. Our country has seen a surge in infrastructure, and this is going to bring about a very huge boost towards new asset classes like commercial warehousing, data centers, co-working, co-living. And recently, SEBI came out with a guideline to work on fractional ownership, which also tends to boost the fact that alternate asset classes are going to be something that the sector is going to see in a very large way. This committee will largely work to bringing to our members various alternate asset classes which work in CREDAI in the real estate sector, as well as work towards boosting them. We have Abhishek and Shivam who will be heading this committee. Apart from these 5 committees, we have 5 big wins towards what the zonal coordinators will deliver. Firstly, being masterclasses, mentorship programs, study tours, sports meet, and bulk purchases and procurement. These are 5 things which the zonal coordinators will take up, which in a very large way will contribute towards CREDAI National. Just a small snippet. When we have key large leaders which come from various sectors but work towards with our CREDAI audience, so they will be covered by the zonal audience. We're looking at doing study tours to various cities and countries while taking up meetings with various stakeholders, right from manufacturing, developers, and capital providers for our members. Nothing unites the country more than Bollywood and cricket, and towards which CREDAI Youth Wing shall be taking up a sports meet on the similar lines. Mentorship program which we will run along with the New Initiatives Committee of CREDAI National. And Recently, CREDAI MCHI did a tie-up with L&T to work towards bulk purchases for the sector. One other thing that the zonal teams will take up as a pilot project is to work towards bulk purchases and run it in 5 cities and help members to get optimization of pricing towards materials. With that, I would like to hand it back to our nice host for the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vinita ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause for everyone who's coming here on the dais? All right, so yes, and now on everyone's eyes on the screen, we're going to be running a video on the LED screen by CYW. Can we have everyone's eyes on the screen? Thank you.
CYW Chairman Govt Thakkar, Nasik. Convener Nitish Reddy, Hyderabad. Co-convener Vinita Dalal, Mumbai. Secretary Nilesh Vora, Pune. CYW Special Zone Coordinator Ashish Pawar, Osmanabad. CYW Special Zone Secretary Kunal Dudalwar, Nagpur. CYW North Zone Coordinator Nikhil Havelia, Delhi. CYW North Zone Secretary Prashant Kejriwal, Varanasi. CYW Central Zone Coordinator Parth Patel, Ahmedabad. CYW Central Zone Secretary Shashwat Gupta, Jaipur. CYW East Zone Coordinator Yashasvi Shroff, Kolkata. CYW East Zone Secretary Ekansh Bachchan, Ranchi. CYW West Zone Coordinator Rikhav Shah, Mumbai. CYW West Zone Secretary Nishit Atal, Nasik. CYW South Zone Coordinator Joydeep Ponguvati, Hyderabad. CYW South Zone Secretary Abdul Rahman Babu Habibullah, Chennai.
Fantastic. Many, many congratulations, and I'm sure everyone who's on the screen is going to make us proud in the years to follow. All right, once again, I'd like to call on Vinita ma'am, and I'd also like Mr. Nilesh Vora to please come on the dais. It's time to release the CYW manifesto. With a huge round of applause, please. Also calling on the entire team of CYW to come up on the stage, please, for a group photo, please. Thank you. All the superstars who were just on the LED screen a few moments ago, requesting you all to please come up on the stage for a group photograph. And right after this, I'll call on the CWW team as well. Thank you. All right, calling on the zonal heads from CWW and the committee heads to please come up on the dais for a group photograph. That is too much beauty in one frame. One more time, the loudest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And what better than Srimati Smriti Irani ji to do the honors. Thank you so much. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to call on for a special address. The chairman, please put your hands together for Mr. Manoj Gaur, please. Zordar taali ho gaye. Come on, audience.
First of all, I welcome on behalf of entire CREDAI, our Honorable Minister Smriti Irani, our President Bowman, President-elect Shekhar Bhai, Rupa Shah ji, Gaurav, Dhaval, Vinita, and all the young faces from CREDAI Youth, Women's Wing and Youth Wing. I want to take a moment to inspire and encourage you in your journey as a young professional and women leaders in the real estate industry. You are the future of this industry, and your contributions are essential to its continued growth and success. As you navigate your career, remember to be bold, creative, and innovative. Embrace new ideas and technology, and don't be afraid to take risks. And most importantly, support and empower one another. Together, we can create a more inclusive and diverse industry that benefits everyone. I am proud to be a part of an organization that values the contribution of its youth and women members, and I am excited to see all you will achieve in the years ahead. Thank you for your dedication and hard work. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you so much, sir. Always a pleasure listening to you. All right, now for another special address, I'd like to call on the President-elect, Mr. Shekhar Patel, with a huge round of applause, please.
Honorable Minister Sri Smriti Irani ji, friends on the dais, friends of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. First of all, congratulations to CREDAI Youth Team and CREDAI Women's Wing Team, and special congratulations to Gaurav and Rupa Bhabi. This year we have the best ever team for CREDAI Youth and CREDAI Women's Wing, and my all the best to your future endeavors. And I will not speak too much because स्मृति जी का एक बहुत बढ़िया शानदार सेशन आ रहा है और लोगों को हम लोग बोल के बोर करना नहीं चाहते. थैंक यू.
Lovely to add so much humor. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Shekhar Patel? Always so much fun listening to you, sir. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to call on the President, CREDAI National. Please put your hands together and join us welcoming the very dapper, the very charming, and always a pleasure listening to Mr. Bowman Irani. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Guys, I won't take too much of your time. I'll follow Shekhar's footsteps और short रखूंगा इसको ताकि we have more time for Madam Minister out here. But very quickly before I start, I want to say कि मैं अपने सब committees के members का नाम announce करूँगा जो यहाँ पे हैं. Please come and file yourself up over here नीचे at one time or one by one ताकि we can have a picture with the minister. Okay, first of all, hearty congratulations both to Rupa ji as well as Gaurav and Nitish, everybody, the entire team. You all have done a fantastic job. This is far beyond my expectation. I think जब मैंने सोचा ये event हो रहा है, I did not know that there will be at least 200 plus people who will attend from across the country. So this really speaks of the strength of your togetherness. दूसरी बात कहूँगा कि the fact that you all are all meeting should be working should be as a precursor to working together, क्योंकि मैं मानता हूं कि the more we share ideas with each other, the more we kind of inculcate the spirit of friendship, which just before Madam Minister came, मैंने बताया जय वीरू की जोड़ी इसलिए successful थी because they were together, they had zero ego and they could keep working. So we have to do that amongst ourselves. Like my Vice President earlier had mentioned that, we have a little more swag than we need to have. So we need to control what kind of image we want to portray to the world as well. I will quickly speak to Madam Minister and just tell her that CREDAI is a body of 14,000 plus developers spread across 230 cities in 24 states of our country, and we have a federal structure whereby the vice presidents in a way participate or speak to the state presidents as well as the city presidents in their zones, and CREDAI National's task is more that of a guide and a Sherpa. Who's nervous? I am also happy to tell you, Madam Minister, that when I was given the opportunity to serve as the President, I had written to the Honorable Prime Minister, and he very sweetly sent a note of encouragement, I should say, to me, and I'd like to read out a few lines as to why I am further enthused to take on this role. He mentioned that housing is one of the most important sectors of the economy and is an instrument to build the foundation for growth of a new India. And after all, a home is not just four walls, but a place where dreams turn into realities and aspirations are fulfilled. We, Madam Minister, have converted this into an acronym for what we are going to do over the next 2 years. I think Benita spelled it out, but I will just repeat it again. Growth means green construction. We as an industry recognize that we need to be a lot more sustainable in the way we develop. We understand that worldwide, 30% of the pollution that is in a way contributed to the construction industry. That means across infrastructure as well as real estate development. But towards this, I wish to share with you that we as an organization have decided that real estate will go carbon neutral before Government of India's date set for it for 2070. We've taken a call to try and do that by 2050, and every effort in that direction is being made. So green construction being for G, reform being for R, where, Madam, our entire fraternity is working towards changing the way we think internally about our business, because we've been all sharing or reading data as to the fact that India is on a growth path, and over the next 5 to 7 years we will grow tenfold compared to what we've grown in the past. Opportunity, again from our Honorable Prime Minister's letter to us, opportunity to build a new India is what the O stands for. Women empowerment. Women don't need empowerment. We just need to get rid of this gender divide, and that's what we've tried to do with the CREDAI Youth Wing, where all women are encouraged to take on very active roles or speak about the active roles. And over here, I'd just like to share the 1-minute side dialogue that I was having with Madam Minister. She asked me how many women are actually actively involved in the real estate industry. I said, all of these, all of you are, and a lot many more. But she wants to see captains of our industry being women. She wants to see the leaders at at positions of power, at the helm of power being a woman. And I think that is very, very clearly something that even I wish to see, and even I believe can be done. The T, thank you. The T could have easily been for technology, but ma'am, we decided to go for transparency, because it is our belief, it is a known fact first, that 60% of the wealth of this nation has been created through real estate itself. India believes in the real estate story, and everything that went wrong in the unprecedented growth of the decade earlier will now see that much proper and organized development takes place now, and towards that, transparency will make our industry a lot more investable. By the advent of RERA itself, today the consumers have a lot more faith in putting their money into real estate, which has in a way grown the size of this market. And we believe that it will grow that much more in the future thanks to the transparency that we will keep. And finally, ma'am, I'd like to say that Housing for All was a clarion call given by our Honorable Prime Minister. If he had not set a deadline of 2022 and COVID had not affected us, a large part of that would have been in a way taken care of, but we continue to be flag bearers for housing for all, and we believe that a home, beyond roti and kapda, which gives you a meal for a day, which satisfies you for a day, kapda which keeps you well covered, but most important is the makan, which is where you have, a sense of pride, your family, your one belonging that you definitely never want to let go of. And again over here, Madam Minister, I'd like to touch upon the fact that we are not only about housing in the sense of residential real estate development. Today, CREDAI is also represented on various fronts: commercial development, retail development. At the same point of time, we have what's called the logistics development. Now we're getting into even data centers. We are creating more and more potential for investments. And I must say, every representation that we've made to the government, we are happy to know that the government is actually taking us seriously and hearing all that we have to say and interacting with us towards a better tomorrow. With that, I'd like to call upon all my leaders. My chairman and my president-elect are already here. May I request all my vice presidents, as I read out your names, to please come on stage or please take your position out here. Mr. Deepak Garodia, Anand Singhania, Shobhit Mohandas, Nandu Belani, Sridharan Swaminathan and Sunil Furdeji. All of you are my vice presidents. I have joint secretaries, Mr. Dhaval Ajmera, Mr. Pranav Pradhan, Mr. Gaurav Gupta, Mr. B. Raja Srinivas, Ashish Patel. We have a big group, ma'am. I will come. Then we have Mr. Raghu Nair, Mr. Shantilal Kataria, Narendra Kumar ji, Vimal Shah, K. Sriram, Ramachandra Reddy ji, Gopal Gupta, Anil Farande, Mr. Anil Farande, Pranab Sharma and Jagjit Singh Maja. First we'll take a picture with these and then I'll call the committees on.
Banking, RBI.
Music.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a photograph of the CREDAI national committees. Yes, sir. All yours, sir.
Okay, I'm going to call on my committees now. All of you who are present here, please do make it to the stage. You have a video? I think we'll just go for it, if it's okay. Okay, all right. So very quickly, I have two of my past presidents, and you all are part of my past presidents' council. Would you please, both of you, grace the stage, Jakshay and Gidambarji. Then we have Mr. Jitendra Thakkar and Mr. Shankar Sastry. They are part of the Constitutional Advisory Council. On the finance, direct, indirect taxes, I have Mr. Prakash Challa and Mr. R.C. Gupta. Banking, I have Vishal Gupta and Preetam Chivukula. Environment, we have Mr. Ajit Chordia, Mr. Manish Kaneria and Mr. Krishna Kumar. On the legal, we have Mr. I.P. Inamdar and Mr. R. Nagaraj Reddy. NCLT, Mr. Sushil Mota. UD, Mr. Sandeep Mehta and Mr. Neelam Doshi. Affordable Housing, Chaitanya Kulkarni and Mr. Ashish Shah. RERA, we have Ranjit Nayak Navre and Suresh Patel. MSME, Small and Medium Developers, Mr. Jagdish Babu, Mr. Tamal Gosal and Mr. Hasib Ahmed. PR and Media, Rajesh Prajapati, Deepak Kapoor and Amit Raja. E-Library, Statistics and Research, Mr. Harshul Savla, Dharmendra Karya, Joydeep Ponagutti. CREDAI Center of Excellence, Mr. J.P. Shroff. CREDAI Sustainable Development, Mr. Irfan Razak, Mr. Ajay Patel. CREDAI Skill Development, Mr. Bhaskar Nagendrappa and Mr. Umesh Wankhade. Civil Aviation, Ministry of Defense, Mr. Shahid Balwa and Kishore Jain. Youth, I already have Gaurav over here, Nitish over here, Benita and Nilesh Vora. Women's Wing, Gaurav is again over here, Rupa ji is already here. Sarah. Events and Sponsorship, Pratik Patel, Co-Convener, P. Krutivas and Hiren Parmar. New Initiatives, Mr. Nimish Arora, Rahul Kyal, Mr. Balkrishna Hegde, Mr. Siddharth Vasudevan. Social Media, Bani Anand and Anup Jamtani. I have Labor, R.S. Maheshwari and Nikhil Havelia. I saw Nikhil here. Membership Expansion, Mr. Sashikant Jidimani and Suresh Krishnan, Shobhit Goyal, Vijay Nathani, Sailesh Puranik, Kushal Rumta, and CREDAI Real Estate Development Academy, Mr. Anant Rajegaonkar. Please, all of you join us out here for a quick picture.
One more time, give it up for Mr. Multitasker of the Universe, Mr. Govt Irani, please. Outstanding the way he conducts everything. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is the most anticipated moment now. It's our pleasure. We have amongst us the Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs. So, एक बार जोरदार ताली हो जाए presenting Srimati Smriti Irani ji on the dais to say a few words. And she has asked the audience to pass out a few questions. Yeah, so feel free to ask a few questions to her. And yeah, I think it's an absolute honor that we have her amongst us. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or should I say almost good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, at the onset I would like to extend my gratitude for the invite today, because I see many of familiar faces and many of faces which are shocked to see me here. To both categories of people, I hope that this summit gives you takeaways that are productive for you personally and professionally. There are a few confessions I need to make before I open up the floor for questions. And the reason why I insisted on an open forum is because a monologue is never as productive as a dialogue. The confession, the first one is this. This is an overwhelming Gujarati panel. So to all the non-Gujaratis, my declaration: I was born in Delhi, have ancestry from Muradabad, Uttar Pradesh. My dada is a Punjabi, dadi is a Maharashtrian, nana is a Bengali, nani is from Assam. I'm married to a Parsi. So if you were looking for regional diversity, I am your candidate. The second confession. There have never been that many Iranis on any other platform ever in the history of our country. The only difference is that this Irani, that one, has never called me Madam Minister in the 22 years that I have known him. Which brings me to this supposition that he's taking his job as president very seriously. Third confession, there is a female reporter who claims to have been in the same class as me. Though I was a loner and never spoke to anybody, I'm happy that she speaks to me now. But she did ask Baman, are we related? Like a typical builder, he said absolutely nothing to do with a politician. But if the lady is still in the room, is she? I would like to tell her that Baman is lying. The fourth confession. When Baman was speaking about the federal structure, I must say here, and I've told Gitambar and I've told Jakshesh, that Baman has a very, very advantageous future as a future politician. And let me tell you why, though Ms. Dalal would differ. Nobody else on this stage, when they took the manifesto in their hands, opened up the page to their own photograph. Baman did. Yes, he did. Every time somebody came up with a manifesto or a booklet, he immediately opened to the president's message. Fourth confession, I have never heard Baman speak such spashta Hindi in my life. ती मला माहित आहे, पण हिंदी बोलू शकत नाही. So the reason why I insisted on a dialogue is because the greatest disservice you do to yourself is to bind yourself to an identity of only being a builder. And how I look at you, irrespective of your gender or your age, and may I now say here that Gaurav, you have too many white hairs to be the president or the chairperson of the youth wing. And right now, as I target Gaurav, Jakshesh is literally hoping I do not talk about his wife. He was more nervous than the wife. And that's because he's dealt with me for 20 years. And he knows that I'm capable of anything. So the smart man in the room happens to be Gitambar. He knows what I'm capable of. He has been quiet since I walked in. And the only time he will react is through a WhatsApp message after I leave. And that is why, Baman, you are extremely intelligent to have him as an advisor. The reason, like I said, I wanted this interaction is because you do yourself a great disservice by considering yourself only builders or developers or infrastructure people. You deserve a conversation as citizens. And if truth be told, there are many truths that have not been told today in the summit. And one of the most uncomfortable truth is, and that is the uncomfortable truth that I pose to Baman, how many female developers do you know of? CREDAI or non-CREDAI? And what are you doing as CREDAI to get more and more women developers into business who are first generation business leaders? If you can, in your tenure, give the nation 100 new female developers who are the masters or mistresses of their own business, then you have a successful tenure. And I promise you, Baman, if you manage to do that, no matter whether the platform is CREDAI or non-CREDAI, every manifesto I open will have your photograph in it. And the second uncomfortable truth, there are very few amongst you who are known as young developers, who are first generation developers. While I look at Gitambar and I look at Baman, and jokes aside, I know Gitambar's story, I know Baman's. They could have been comfortable in family businesses. Gitambar did not have that to reckon with. But they chose a different path for themselves. If CREDAI can give us 500 youngsters, and that includes young women, as first generation developers, then Baman, my promise is that I will not only open every manifesto with your photograph, but also Mr. Gaur's photograph and Rupa Ben's photograph and Gaurav's photograph. And I'm not talking about the two gentlemen on the side because they're desperately hoping I don't talk about them. So ladies and gentlemen, if you do desire a conversation about the country at large or your sector for that matter, I'm just a housewife who happened to be a minister for the past 9 years. The floor is open for questions.
All right, yeah, so quickly raise your hands up and I'll be coming to you with the mic.
It'll
Yes,
be
ma'am.
helpful if I could just get your name and...
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. This is Namrita Rana from Jaipur, Rajasthan. I would like to ask you a very small question. Where do you find women is the most empowered in your last fields? The first, entertainment. The second, politics. The textile industry, which you served beautifully in your recent years, and the women and child and minority affairs.
And why do you think, Ms. Rana, that a woman is only empowered if she has a constitutional designation? Do you know what is most powerful about women? Women who educate themselves, who are excellent and extremely talented, and choose to stand in the shadow of their families. Those are really powerful women. And the second kind of power that I think women have, and it's very few and far between, the most unconventional conversation a woman can have with her partner is, where will we invest money? How will we invest money? Do you have life insurance? Can we maximize it? Can we write your will? Without being denoted as a woman who does not care enough. If a woman is courageous enough to have that conversation with her family, that is a powerful woman. The third is a woman who knows how to negotiate well on a contract. And that can be a working professional woman. And I say this from experience. One of the skills we don't teach women, and especially young girls, is how to negotiate contracts, especially when they are at a competing level with a man with maybe equal amount of talent. And how to get that extra edge without compromising on that salary or that bonus just so that they can be considered instead of the man. For instance, I remember my first year of Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi. The male colleague got paid more than me, in fact 10 times more than me. By the time I was done with my first year of contract, I knew Mihir badal sakta hai, Tulsi nahi badal sakti. So I negotiated my contract accordingly. And that is just media. But contracts in infrastructure, contracts in enterprise are far more difficult to negotiate. Especially if you're negotiating with financial institutions, especially if you're negotiating on a large scale for a larger purpose. And that negotiation is not individualized, but you're representing a corporate entity or somebody else's interest. And the fourth most powerful woman is a woman who teaches her daughter that the one thing you need to do as you come to, let's say, fruition and leave your teenage years behind is not to find the right man, but to find the right house that you can buy and the right bank account that you need to open with the right bank balance that can service or finance that house you need. So I think these four women, if you ever find them, whether they are in a constitutional position or not, they are very powerful women.
Thank you, ma'am. I take your words for that.
Hello, ma'am.
And
Truly
here-
outstanding. Yeah, yes, sir. Over to you.
Here stands a brave man. Yes, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. I am Raja Srinivas from Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, South India. Two questions, ma'am. One to you as a minister and one as a housewife. The first question is, in general, the women from the southern part of India, they're considered to be more conservative. I hope I'm wrong. But I would like to hear a message from you which would motivate our women to be
So
more
when you say
proactive.
conservative, sir, what do you mean?
Maybe the men are dominant. Or as compared to the
You know,
as compared to the northern
As
part.
somebody who has a Punjabi father, we Punjabi women are a bit quirky. We let the man presume he's in control. If you're from Uttar Pradesh, Mr. God is smiling because he's thinking back, oh yes, this is happening at home. I think that there is a problem in the question that you have expressed. And I tell you the problem is, if you're respectful of your tradition, if you're respectful of your family values, if you're respectful of your elders or the people you love, then you're termed conservative. If you have an Indian way of dressing and living, you're considered conservative. I believe modernity is a state of mind. It is not a dress code. So if women in the south of India are traditional, family-focused, and also, when they so desire, pursue a profession of their choice, then I think that you need not give them any message. They are as empowered as women across the world, let alone in any other part of India.
Thank you so much.
And what was the second question?
As a businessman, as a builder, I would like to know what goes through a household's wife, a lady, when they are purchasing a flat. What does a housewife, a lady, looks for?
I'm looking for one right now, so I can tell you. No, I can tell you. Affordability. But at the same time, whether the builder, irrespective of my budget, can afford to deliver quality. All right? So, I was telling God Saab that I've seen this humongous township with his name on it. I've never had the pleasure of seeing any of the buildings, But in my house hunting, without telling people that I know certain people in this room, that includes Baman, when I was looking for a house, let's say in Mumbai, and my house in Mumbai is 800 square feet. And I just purchased the flat next door after 20 years when I could manage to save some money. And now it is 1600 square feet. I could not afford Baman's flat. No, I'm not being... I could not afford it, though it is, I think, not even half a kilometer away from my house. But when I was looking, I was told that if you want a builder who does not compromise on his cost, but will deliver value, then make sure that you get a flat with Rustamji. If in the NCR, if I have to just blindly go and buy something, then I will buy something in ATS. Which does not say that other builders are bad, but I think it's a reflection of how, irrespective of being uncompromising and giving a loaded discount, a builder can manage to maintain that reputation that I'm not a part of the rat race, I'm a part of the deliver quality race. Also, irrespective of the fact how jubilant you may be about my constitutional stature or the fact that I have a 25-year record of not only paying back every loan, I'm debt-free by the way, I will not get a loan more than 1 crore rupees from SBI. I just had one sanctioned yesterday. I was told I can't get more than that. So if you're looking, and this is something that I just told Ms. Rana, I think one of the greatest drives the builders community can do right now is to tap into the need for working female professionals to buy a house. Across areas where there is a large working populace. And if we can create those hubs where working women want to buy houses, where they have an outreach plan, if you do a drive in companies, if you in fact initiate such conversation even in university premises, why not? That yes, people will come and offer you a job at the end of your graduation, at campus placements happen. Why can't CREDAI do in the placement, I think, scenario, one camp for all those who are going to get placed? That okay, you're getting job offers, we are here, this is affordable, you can buy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. This is Sophia Firdaus. I'm coming from Bhubaneswar, representing East Zone Women's Wing. I'm a second generation, but a very serious developer. And
don't marry Sophia, you don't have to be apologetic.
And, and into design and construction completely. So as developers, the first bottleneck that we all face is compliances. All our senior developers have been continuously representing to the government about getting either a single window clearance or a self-certification that we spoke about. Like we have to run to minimum 15, 16 departments for NOCs to get our clearances for the approvals. Moreover, RERA, because RERA only has the developer in its purview and nobody else, none of the other stakeholders are there.
I think it's a very pertinent question, but I'd like you to reflect on how Baman introduced CREDAI. He introduced it as a federal structure. He has 32 committees. You have 32 committees.
I was actually coming to another point.
So now, Now, another issue which I have requested Mr. Irani is that CREDAI is predominantly looked at from a housing perspective. Though in this room you have spoken about how well you do in hospital infrastructure, in logistics, outside this room nobody has heard this message. And I think it's time that the CREDAI leadership then engages with Ministry of Health, engages with Ministry of Tourism, engages with the logistics vertical in Ministry of Commerce. Till such time your various verticals do not have those separate engagements with those segments of government, you will always be looked upon only from the housing perspective. So I have requested Mr. Irani to do so, and I think it's extremely fair. For instance, when I became Minister Textiles, India never had a technical textiles division. It was never thought of. So what does technical textiles do? We build missiles. So the ISRO missile parts were textiles. But we never had an HSN code for it. And I created 300 HSN codes. At that time, people told me, "Arey, ye kya hota hai? Isme textile ka koi kaam nahi hai." Geotextiles. We built jute into roads and enhanced the road's life by 5 years. We introduced jutes to geotextiles for ensuring that landslides can be contained. We give agro textiles so that the covering that you see, there was no HSN code for it in India. I introduced it. And we were running on a deficit of minus 80%. After introducing of the HSN code, we went full circle and became surplus exporters. I had the privilege of being the minister in charge when India became the PPE leader in the world. I did that in 3 months. But that's because, and we did it when global supply chains had shut down. And that happened, Sophia, because I took segments of my industry to engage with me. So right now the government, let's say I as minister, I've been invited here because I know people in CREDAI. But even I would not have looked at your verticals of hospitality, of logistics, if I had not been a part of the conversation today. So I think your point is well taken, but it will depend on the CREDAI leadership now to go to all these ministries, and those ministries, because you will become the fulcrum of their engagement, they will take your causes further.
We may propose a fast-track approval for women developers, just like we had for affordable housing.
I think that, Sophia, I am one of those very rare netas who doesn't lie. I would rather you compete with other male developers also. I was sent to Amethi not because I was a woman. I was sent to Amethi because I was the only person who could defeat that man.
Thank you so much.
All the best, Sophia.
Respected ma'am, myself Ajinkya Nahar from Nasik. What would be your piece of advice to the women and youth who...
Women don't need advice. Yes, next question. As a man, if you need some, let me know.
On the entrepreneurial front, what would be your
Zor
piece
se
of...
bolo, Ajit.
What would be your piece of advice to the women and youth of today?
Women don't need advice.
To lead on the entrepreneurial front.
वही तो कह रही हूँ भाई, जिसने तेरे को लिख के दिया उसको बोल, women don't need advice.
For the youth.
Ajit, how old are you?
29.
You need advice?
Guidance.
Advice, guidance. What do you need advice and guidance on?
How to lead.
How to lead.
Leadership skills.
I think that there is an industry now that teaches you how to be a leader. I'm a bit old school, Ajit. You're either born with it. The best you can do is enhance that capacity to engage. And I think the best kind of leadership is the one that is humane. If you look at, and again, an uncomfortable truth, you want to do things for women and you want to do things for the young. How many construction sites have female labor with kids that don't get looked after? If you're truly a leader, is every construction labor who's a female on your site receiving the benefits that a woman working in the organized sector should get? Is every child who's there on your construction site getting the education that they deserve? So I think the best way to see whether you're a great leader is if you can fix the problem right under your nose first.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. I am Archana Badera from Pune. My question is related to something like which you said. In the beginning, you were paid very less compared to your male counterpart. And after a year, like through your efforts, you proved and then you are paid more. So similarly, it is like that a man, if something has to be achieved, man has to take one step, and at the same place, woman has to actually go 100 steps.
Yes.
Yeah. So I want to change this. And if you see in construction industry also, currently, like in last few years, there are very few numbers. Now it is increasing. And I feel that it has to increase more and more. So what steps should be taken by CREDAI or similar bodies to have the same gender bias or to have the same paradigm shift to for the women to have they should be able to take similar
In what
efforts.
vertical?
In the real estate.
Which vertical?
See, actually, if you see for the women leaders.
For instance, how many construction companies have facilities of the internal complaints committee in all their companies? How many of them actually do? Begin there. So when I said that I had to negotiate and do better than the guy, I was a newcomer. So my first job officially, 1998, I was a Femina Miss India finalist. I don't look like that right now, but I was. And I got no job after that. I had a loan of 1 lakh rupees on my head, and I had to pay off that loan. So my first job was in the first ever McDonald's that was opened in India. And when I went to get that job, I'd actually not gone to McDonald's. I'd gone to Jet Airways to become a stewardess. Jet Airways looked at me and said, "Aapki personality nahi hai." And that's when I ran to the McDonald's counter because I needed a job desperately. And McDonald's, all the jobs were gone. And the job I got left with was a person that you see swapping the floor in McDonald's. That was me in Bandra. And that was 98 after Femina Miss India finalist. So the next constantly paying job I got was 2000 Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi. And if you're swapping floors, and my salary was $1,500 a month. If you're swapping floors for 12 hours a day for $1,500, and in 1.5 years somebody tells you, "I'll give you $1,800 a day," you say yes. At that time, you're not looking at who gets more than you. At that time, you're getting more than what you got in your current job. So do not mistake my story for I started less. I started more than what I was making. But yes, when I did sit down to negotiate, I was not looking at what everybody else is doing. I had enhanced my value in my company, and I sat individually to negotiate. When I started to negotiate in 2001, I had bought my first house and I had a loan of 27 lakh rupees on my head. And I had a baby. But I still took that chance because I had built that audience. So I think that circumstances change from individual to individual. But I have never taken a pay cut just so that I could compete with a man and keep my job. And that is when I said that if you want to negotiate, negotiate well. It's not that you'll always meet with success. Many a times when women negotiate, they are termed arrogant. Many a times they are described as visual thinkers. Does not matter. Because when you go to work, you're not going there to be liked. You're going to work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, unless you're a politician and you need votes. Yes.
Can I ask?
So I think
Hello, ma'am.
after you gentlemen, that lady, and then I think I will have to go back to my job. Yes.
Yes. This is Nikhil Havelia. I'm from Noida, and I'm co-chairing the Labour Committee from CREDAI. So my direct question would be, because you're heading the role of...
direct ही थे निखिल, हाँ.
हाँ जी, ma'am. You're heading the role of Minister of Child and Women and Child Development. So the construction workers, mainly which are working on our sites, are migrant workers. They usually come in couples. So the role of male and female workers would be 50-50% that we actually see for construction development. So, ma'am, what would be your advice, because we are not getting support from the Skill Development Ministry since last 2 years because of COVID, and we are not getting funds for skilling of the laborers. So, can your ministry help us?
I think that you have enough CSR money in the entire CREDAI community to skill up and scale up. But I think, Nikhil, from my ministry perspective, there's one issue that we have done, and you may want to extend this support to people working on your sites. Anganwadi services, which is doctor's aid, nutritional packet delivered at the doorstep, earlier was only limited to the domiciled area of every citizen. I have now made it transferable. You can take your rights from any other Anganwadi to wherever you travel, keeping particularly in mind the migrant labor challenge in our country. So my first advice to you would be, just check if there are women with young children under the age of 6, if they are pregnant or lactating women. Pregnant women would get $6,000 into their bank account courtesy the Prime Minister. And kids below the age of 6 will get early childhood education in the Anganwadi systems nearby. So firstly, check on that. Insofar as skilling is concerned, that's under Dharmendra Pradhan. I'll definitely take to him your voice.
So, ma'am, my question was actually regarding the skilling of women, if some support can be given in that front.
That's what I'm saying. Constitutionally, Dharmendra is in charge,
right.
Because my ministry is only limited to 2-3 things. One is nutrition. The other is Nirbhaya Fund. So I have sanctioned projects worth, evaluated worth 9,000 crore plus, and sanctioned close to 6,500 crores. So everywhere that you see CCTVs, metros, buses, everywhere you see the forensic science lab, everywhere that you see the women's help desk in police stations, everywhere that you see the fast track courts, that's me.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Inakshi Priyam from Noida, from the company Asotech. My question to you is not as a woman to woman, but as a first of many things. You've broken a record of a lot of things, being an actress or a politician or a minister. So is there one thing that you have experienced, or from your whole journey?
Your name, madam?
Inakshi.
Inakshi.
E for England, Inakshi, not Meenakshi. So anything that you can share with us or with me, being a first of a lot of things, not as a woman, but a first of, first famous actress, politician, minister. So anything that you can
I
share
think that women have a tendency of not speaking about what all they've done professionally. Yeah. Because you tend to be, again, like I said, become bespoke, arrogant. So let me just amplify what you know about me. When I was 23 years old, I was the USAID ambassador to India for a WHO program where I introduced something called the ORS with zinc. That was me. I have been elected on behalf of the Asia Pacific region by the International Parliamentary Union when the Congress was in power, and Meera Kumarji was the speaker, for being the rapporteur on the Syrian crisis. And in 2015, the World Economic Forum elected me as the young global leader. Now the problem is, I've never spoken about it. That is what most women do. So I think that if you want to help women who have the potential to be achievers, you need to teach them how to get tools and aids to amplify their achievements. For instance, when Baman and I were talking about the ladies in the room, he was extremely ecstatic about the contribution of Ms. Dalal. From what perspective? She is a great fundraiser. Now that is a very, very unique talent to have. Because if you look at women, let's say, in the business of how housing should look, people presume that they're either in the administrative capacity or they're in the capacity of embellishing a house with interior design. To be a woman in finance, in real estate, is great caliber. But how many of you would look at women from that perspective and talk about women like that? So I think if you want to contribute through the women's wing, that is the one contribution that I hope the women's wing would consider. That women who are in finance, women who are in structural engineering, women who are in unique architecture, women who are in, let's say, sustainable building, women who are in green energy, if you can bring more and more such women to the forefront, only even if it is in discussions such as this, I think that's your great contribution to identify such talent and keep the conversation going. For instance, I have spoken extempore about Baman, but his wife is a leader in the poultry business. You will never see her anywhere. That doesn't mean she's not an achiever, it's just that nobody's speaking about her. So if you can get conversations going about women with talent, that's a great contribution.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a great conversation.
Last question यहाँ स्टेज एक last question यहाँ से एक
हाँ गौर साहब हाँ पूछिए शेखर भाई तमें तो बैठ जाइए गौर साहब हाँ I hope you're not offended. I said I'll buy ATS का flat. I'm not buying.
वो तो मैं अलग से
Clarification.
एक हमारी इंडस्ट्री में जो मैं तो महसूस करता हूँ सारे करते जो परसेप्शन और एक इमेज डेफिसिट हमारा है गवर्नमेंट के अंदर, जुडिशरी के अंदर, ब्यूरोक्रेसी के अंदर, उसकी वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा हार्डशिप हमें अपने बिजनेस के अंदर फेस करनी पड़ रही है. कई बार ऐसी पॉलिसीज़ बन जाती हैं तो कुछ लोग जो क्रेडाई के मेंबर भी नहीं हैं या कुछ लोगों ने कुछ ख़राब किया. हर इंडस्ट्री में अच्छे भी लोग हैं, ख़राब भी लोग हैं, लेकिन रियल एस्टेट को बहुत ज़्यादा जो है उसका जो है कई बार अच्छा काम करने के बाद भी वो रेस्पेक्ट इस इंडस्ट्री को नहीं मिलती. और कई बार मैंने भी आपको मन से देखा कि आपको भी काफ़ी गुस्सा आता है कि जब आप अच्छा काम भी करती हैं फिर भी लोग आपको क्रिटिसाइज़ करते हैं. तो उस सिचुएशन को कैसे फेस करना चाहिए? और
मुझे गौर साहब तभी गुस्सा आता है जब औरतों के लिए कोई एडवाइस मांगता है, लेकिन आज मैंने अजीत को बिल्कुल गुस्सा नहीं दिया.
तो इस इमेज को कैसे इम्प्रूव करें सो दैट जो ये हार्डशिप है और गवर्नमेंट की जो पॉलिसीज़ का जो हमें बैकलैश करना पड़ता है आज तक जो है हम सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस के लिए, क्योंकि विश्वास नहीं है इस इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर कि हम अच्छा काम करेंगे.
नहीं, मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता. मैं क्योंकि अर्बन डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्टर नहीं हूँ इसलिए मेरा बोलना उचित नहीं होगा इस सब्जेक्ट पे, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर कहूँगी कि जैसे मैंने कहा बमन जी ने जब विस्तार से परिचय दिया आपके संस्थान का, तब निश्चित रूप से कहा कि फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है, कैसे आप लोग विविध कमेटियों के माध्यम से काम कर रहे हैं. सरकारी तंत्र में भी जब आप तो अभिलाषा करते हैं कि आप आगे और तरक्की करें और बड़े बड़े और स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाएं, आप भी जानते हैं लैंड भारत सरकार के अंतर्गत नहीं आता. तो जब विषय भारत सरकार के अंतर्गत नहीं आता, उस विषय के ऊपर भारत सरकार की संवैधानिक टिप्पणी कहीं ना कहीं नई चुनौतियों को फिर अवतरित करती हैं. इसीलिए सबसे बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स जो एक चैलेंज है वो इसी बात पे है कि फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर में कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म की जो प्रधानमंत्री जी चर्चा करते हैं उसके पीछे मूल मंत्र ही ये है. मैं दोबारा अपने टेक्सटाइल का अनुभव आपको गौर साहब बताती हूँ. जब कोविड आया, सारे का सारे जैसे मैंने कहा हमारी सप्लाई चेन्स बंद थी. हमारे देश में कभी भी पीपीई सूट बनाने का कपड़ा नहीं था. हमारे देश में पीपीई सूट बनाने की मशीन नहीं थी. मेरे पास सब्सिडी का पैसा नहीं था क्योंकि मेरे मंत्रालय में कभी ये दरकार प्रस्तुत ही नहीं हुई. हमारे देश में हर साल 70 साल की आज़ादी में 55,000 सूट इंपोर्ट होता था. और मैं आपको इसलिए बता रही हूँ क्योंकि किन परिस्थितियों में, हम भी तो देश का ही हिस्सा है, किन परिस्थितियों में हम काम करते हैं. जैसे ही इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर्स क्लोज हुई, WHO ने कहा इस मापदंड के अनुसार आपको बनाना है पीपीई सूट. ठीक, और आपने कहा कुछ लोगों ने नाम खराब किया है ना इंडस्ट्री का, इसीलिए इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर ये दबाव रहता है बार बार. मेरे ऊपर तब इंडस्ट्री का दबाव क्या आया, स्टैंडर्ड WHO का मत मानिए और ऐसे ही बना दीजिए पीपीई सूट. और किस प्रकार का प्रपंच होता है, और मैं विस्तार से बता रही हूँ. इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स के एक रिपोर्टर ने फिर फ़ोन कर दिया ब्यूरोक्रेट्स को कि अगर आपने डाइल्यूट नहीं किया तो हम कल आपके बारे में फला फला छाप देंगे. छापा. विपक्ष की पार्टी के पास जाके कहा देखो देखो देश में पीपीई सूट नहीं बनेगा, सब मर जाएंगे। प्रधानमंत्री के पास ये निर्णय था कि डाइल्यूट करना है नहीं करना है। स्मृति जी कह रही है डाइल्यूट नहीं करना। मैंने कहा डाइल्यूट करेंगे तो लोग मर जाएंगे। हमने 1 महीना बैड प्रेस झेला, 1 महीना ये भी झेला स्मृति ईरानी इज इल टेम्पर्ड, बैड टेम्पर्ड, जिसको जो छापना है छापने दो, क्योंकि अगर गलत चीज़ बना दी तो लोग मर जाएंगे। लेकिन इंडस्ट्री कैसे इकट्ठी आई? अनिल अग्रवाल जी को मैंने फ़ोन किया, जिनका मेरी इंडस्ट्री से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। मैंने कहा अनिल जी 30 मशीन्स चाहिए। आप में से जो लोग CI में काम कर चुके हैं वो जानते होंगे गौतम नायर को, मैट्रिक्स वाले। गौतम के पास NCR में गुड़गांव में फैक्ट्री थी। उसने कहा मैं फैक्ट्री खोल दूंगा स्मृति, लेकिन मेरे पास मैम वहाँ पे मशीन नहीं है। 30 मशीनें अनिल अग्रवाल ने डोनेट की जापान से। हरदीप पुरी को मैंने फ़ोन किया, मेरे पास विमान नहीं है, पैसा नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा विमान मैं करता हूँ। 30 मशीनें दिल्ली आई। मैंने कहा कपड़ा कहाँ है? एक महिला मिली फगवाड़ा में जो US को वैसा कपड़ा देती थी। उस महिला को मैंने रात में फ़ोन किया, मैंने कहा कपड़ा चाहिए, दे देंगे? कहते ले लो, लेकिन जाओगे कैसे? हमने वहाँ पर पुलिस भेजी, पुलिस फिर स्टेशन पहुँचे। हमने रेल मंत्रालय को कहा ट्रेन चलाओ, क्योंकि लैब कोयम्बटूर में था और देश में एक ही लैब था। लैब में गए और तब आप जानते हैं कि पहला 2 हफ्ता इस देश में कितने लोग भयभीत थे। साइंटिस्ट को कोयम्बटूर के लैब में लेकर आए। उन्होंने कहा साहब, कहते हम 72 घंटे लैब में बंद होकर टेस्टिंग करेंगे, खाना वाला लेकर आए। हम 60 लोग थे गौर साहब, जो ऑफिस जाते थे। पूरी दिल्ली बंद थी और ऑफिस जाते थे। घर वालों ने हमको 40 दिन हमने घर वालों को देखा नहीं, आसपास आए नहीं। क्यों? मेरा अपना मंत्रालय का ऑफिस वॉर रूम बना था कि अगर किसी भी घर वाले से मिलेंगे तो मर जाएंगे। और हमने 30 दिन में वो एक लैब की 72 घंटे में रिपोर्ट आई, ये कपड़ा चलेगा। डिफेंस को फ़ोन किया कि आपकी डिफेंस की 10 लैब्स हैं, उनको टर्न अराउंड करके टेक्सटाइल को दे दो। डिफेंस ने 1 महीने में टर्न अराउंड करके दे दिया। और हम 3 महीने में, हिंदुस्तान में 0 कंपनीज थी पीपी की, हमने 3 महीने में 1100 कंपनीज बनाई। सरकार का एक सब्सिडी का पैसा नहीं गया और 5 लाख लोगों ने काम किया लॉकडाउन में। और पूरी इंडस्ट्री का उन 3 महीनों में टर्नओवर था $1 बिलियन एंड इंडिया बिकेम द सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट एक्सपोर्टर्स इन द वर्ल्ड। अब दिक्कत यह है, नहीं बैठिए, दिक्कत यह है ये सब करने के लिए पहला महीना गाली खानी पड़ी, ये भी सत्य है। सो मैं ये नहीं कहती कि आपको चुनौतियों का सामना नहीं करना पड़ता, चुनौती का सामना हम भी करते हैं। आपके लिए प्रायोरिटी कस्टमर है, हमारे लिए प्रायोरिटी सिटीजन है। जी शेखर भाई।
मैडम, जब आपने अमेठी में प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट को हराया जिस दिन, आपका फीलिंग क्या था उस दिन, वो जानना है।
मैं 2014 में जब भेजी गई अमेठी लड़ने के लिए तो 22 दिन थे चुनाव को। वहाँ पर बीजेपी को 30,000 से ज़्यादा वोट कभी नहीं मिला था। मुझे 22 दिन में 3 लाख वोट मिल गया। 1800 बूथ थे और 22 दिन में मैं 1200 बूथ पे खुद पहुँच गई। दिन में 32 से 35 मीटिंग्स करती थी सार्वजनिक। तो जब मुझे 3 लाख वोट मिला तब एक मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का इंटरव्यू आया प्रभु चावला के साथ। प्रभु चावला को मुलायम सिंह यादव जी ने कहा कि जी सोनिया जी ने फ़ोन किया था, 1 लाख वोट मैंने उनको ट्रांसफ़र किया है और मैं 2014 में 1 लाख वोट से ही हारी थी। तो मेरी समझ में आया कि अगर सीधी टक्कर दो और 3 लाख लोग जिन्होंने 22 दिन में आप पे विश्वास कर लिया, मैं 2014 से वहाँ थी। 19 में जब रिज़ल्ट आ रहा था तो सुबह 6 बजे मैं तैयार होके दरवाजे की चौखट पर पहुंची। मैं अमेठी में ही थी। फिर मैं वापस आ गई रूम में और मैं पूरा दिन निकली नहीं। शाम को 5, साढ़े 5 बजे अर्नब गोस्वामी का मुझ पे चिल्लाते हुए फ़ोन आया, यू हैव टू गिव अ स्टेटमेंट, ही हैज़ कंसीडर्ड। मैंने कहा उसका प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि जब तक एक एक वोट नहीं गिना जाता तब तक आप कोई डिक्लेरेशन नहीं कर सकते। तो चुनाव आयोग ने मेरे इलेक्शन को मेरे हक में रात को 12:30 बजे डिक्लेयर किया और मेरा ये निर्णय था कि 12:30 बजे जिन जिन लोगों ने 5 साल वो संघर्ष किया सर्टिफिकेट वो लेने जाएंगे। मैंने बोरिया बिस्तर बांधा, मेरे वाले जो ईरानी साहब हैं उनको फ़ोन किया और कहा आई एम कमिंग होम, आई नीड टू स्लीप, आई नीड टू सी द किड्स एंड गो टू स्लीप। तो जिस दिन रिज़ल्ट निकला तब मैं वहीं थी। जिन लोगों ने मेहनत की उन्होंने सर्टिफिकेट लिया। मैं घर आई, मैंने कहा कोई विजय यात्रा मत करना, काम वाली यात्रा करो, एक एक घर जाओ, पूछो क्या काम नहीं हुआ है। अमेठी में 2019 तक कलेक्टर का ऑफिस नहीं था। अमेठी में 2019 तक पुलिस लाइन नहीं थी, मेडिकल कॉलेज नहीं था। अमेठी के डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल का पहला डायलिसिस सेंटर नहीं मैंने बनाया। अमेठी में फायर स्टेशन नहीं था। बाईपास 30 साल से लंबित था, डिमांड थी। मैंने कहा लेट्स गेट टू वर्क, आई नीड 1 day ऑफ स्लीप विद माई फैमिली, आई नीड सम टाइम एंड आई बीन वर्किंग एवर सिंस। आज मैं यहाँ आई हूँ, 25 तारीख से हर दिन हर बूथ पे जाऊँगी। सो इट्स अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस, इट्स अबाउट पैशन। I had a brilliant job of just crying and laughing the way to the bank with Saas Bahu serials. But I realized that if I really want to serve my country, I go to one of the most challenging places. And that's a 40-year-old bastion that was never breached. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. What a pleasure, what a privilege. We have the Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs, ladies and gentlemen, Srimati Smriti Irani ji. All right, may I now request Ms. Rupa Shah, the convener of the CWW, to come felicitate our Honorable Minister, please. Zordar Tali ho jaye for Rupa ji, please. Women's Day treat we all could get. I think it is absolutely amazing. Well done, ma'am. Thank you so much. All right, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a vote of thanks. So may I invite Ms. Sapna Rathi, the Joint Secretary, CYW, to please come up on the dais. Just a moment, ma'am. Thank you.
मैडम प्रेसिडेंट, मैं आपका ज़्यादा टाइम, मिनिस्टर, आपका ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगी, बट गुड इवनिंग, very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So, building dreams and building India, this powerful slogan resonates with the spirit of our industry and the potential it holds. We gather together to celebrate the CREDAI, Women and Youth Leadership Summit of CREDAI. Members representing the real estate developers. This occasion marks a significant milestone in our journey, and I stand before you as a representative of an industry that not only shapes the skylines, but also transforms the lives. We are very honored to have our esteemed presence of our Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Minority Affairs arrives, Shri Smriti Irani ji, ma'am, and we express our heartfelt gratitude to you, ma'am, for gracing this occasion also, and for your ministry work also, and for this industry. I also give my gratitude to Govt Irani sir, National President CREDAI, and the entire team for this remarkable leadership summit. Your vision and dedication have been instrumental for us to advancing real estate sector. I also thanks all these seniors, office bearers, all the office bearers, Manoj Gaur sir, National Chairman, then Shekhar Patel sir, CREDAI National President-elect, all the VPs, and for being with all of us. I also thank especially to all the past presidents who are always mentor to us, Jakshay sir and Gitambar sir, for your contribution really made a profound difference for us, and we are truly grateful to you. So now I would like to thank Gaurav. Thank you so much, Gaurav, for being with all of us and having trust in us also. Thank you so much, Gaurav. Also the CWW convener, Rupa Shah. Thank you so much, my dear friend, Sarah. Then CYW convener, Nitish, co-convener, Binita, and then CYW secretary, Nilesh, and all the zonal coordinators from all the zones, East, West, South, North, and Central. Thank you so much to all of you. I also would like to thank all the senior members, all the OB members, the CREDAI National, CREDAI NCR for taking this time and attending this event. Special thanks to all the women, all the youth wing members who have come from on such a short notice, and we are really proud of you for being with all of us. Thank you so much for coming and encouraging us. Also like to thank the speakers, Siddharth Shah, Dr. Ritesh Malik, for sharing their views and addressing the gathering today. Also the media partners, the sponsors, without them, this event is not possible. Thank you to all the sponsors, Kinest, Varmora, Basic Home Loan, Dorset, for supporting us. Last not the least, of course, the CREDAI Secretariat, who's always with us. A big round of applause for Hari and the entire team on such a short notice, organizing such a tireless, doing so much of work for us. And yes, Junaid, we would like to thank you too also for this wonderful event also. So friends, may we continue to dream big, empower one another, and create a better tomorrow. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Sapna. Always a pleasure. I think everyone here has really made an impact. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic show this has been. The CREDAI Women and Youth Leadership Summit here at the Taj Mahal Hotel, New Delhi. And of course, a special shout out to our sponsors as well. Thank you so much. Once again, many congratulations, and wishing you all a lifetime of many more fantastic days to follow. Thank you.
you be spitting. Just believe that when you need that, I'll provide that. You will always have it. I'll be on deck, keep it in check. When you need that, I'll let you have it. Cause when my drum let down, did I like the dirty rhythm you play. I wanna hear you calling my name. Hey mama, mama, hey mama, mama. Making the drum let down, did it. I know you want it in the worst way. I wanna hear you calling my name like, hey mama, mama, hey you to breathe me in. Let me be your air. Let me roam your body freely. No inhibition.